Hello, Richard here from Equal 6 Airsoft. We are going to be doing another tech video. So this one is the like I say, vlog or video of our process on this SGR12. So it's this particular gun has come in with so the previous gun we've done and has failed a second time, third time. It's not been a very good experience with this gun. It's just proven to be a very difficult one to get to be consistently reliable while upgraded. Because obviously theoretically, standard guns are they're mostly reliable, other than when the original parts break, which is obviously why upgrade parts are invented, to obviously replace and strengthen those original parts that break. So but theoretically it was obviously a reasonably working gun, obviously out the box, just obviously low on power. So we've obviously increased the power, we've increased rate of fire, we've increased trigger responses, all the fun things obviously customers are looking for. However, in doing so, we've not been able to get this one reliable, and sometimes that's because we are just inherently shafted by obviously not a huge selection of great quality parts. We've got a very limited choice of upgrade parts for this gun, because this gun has a limited amount of upgrade parts for it. So but it's a cool gun, so we want to try and do that, and that's what we've tried to do. We've tried to develop an upgraded spring for it. We've tried to find motors that we can fit in there, pistons that we can fit in, gears, just to obviously strengthen all the bits and bobs. But unfortunately, like I said, we've still got a part inside that is refusing to give us the reliability we're looking for. So it may be that obviously on the amount of times that we've tried to get this particular set of parts going, it might be that we now have to start looking at reconsidering the parts that are inside there, because obviously you can't just keep sending the same parts out and say, look, they're all in the right place. So it's because I mean, it's true, obviously parts are in the right place and installed, and we've done the workshop thing of simply putting them in there for the customer, but are those parts just not good enough, so and therefore we're having to then rebuild it again. So we might need to consider, like I say, changing the recipe, so to speak, to fit a different part in there that's maybe slower, because obviously if you drive a car too fast, it's gonna maybe you blow up the engine and stuff, and it's so maybe we're just driving it too quickly to get any sort of reliability, which is difficult, because obviously we have done them before, and obviously we have managed to get reliability on those ones, but we aren't on this one. So now it's true, airsoft guns do have a personality about them. This particular ones could be like I say, so some slightly tight parts, or slightly different spec than maybe the next three that we take out of the box, and thus it's proving more problematic. So we call that personality, or a gun's personality, and this particular one might just be a dick, but this is what we're doing. We're doing the start of the video, and I'm just simply recording the process of you are in exactly the same place that I am, of not knowing what this problem is. So like I say, these are why I'm calling these like vlog videos, because I'm not doing a catered video where I just show you all the success. We're just going to go in here and figure things out together, so try and figure out why this particular one is not not playing ball, because that's what gun techs have to do. We get given a gun, and we don't know why it's not doing what it's doing. It's just simply causing the problem. Now I mean, we could stick a battery on here, but I'm assuming we're going to get horrible screechy noises, and we do have to be careful about horrible screechy noises obviously causing more problems. So so we'll just do maybe just a quick test. I'm just going to point it at the floor, because obviously we don't know the status at which it's coming in with regard to BBs and stuff like that. So yeah, so I mean, we've got spinning gears with obviously no movement of the piston whatsoever. So so we know there's now a disconnect, between the piston and the gears and or the motor. So I mean, a holy grail might be for us that all that's simply happened is maybe the pinions come off the motor. That'd be amazing if that's the case, because obviously we can just restore the motor and we know that the rest of the drivetrain is intact. Obviously if we've got a broken piston, that's significantly harder, you know, so just before we even get in there, you know, like the theory crafting, this is the piston. It could, you know, obviously we've put an original TM piston in there to try and get reliability for the customer by removing the unpredictable RetroArms one. And obviously the RetroArms one is designed to be stronger, so obviously in putting the RetroArms one in there, we could resolve the issue of the TM piston not being strong enough. However, because the RetroArms one's off spec, you know, it causes us then some problems with regards to, you know, obviously, you know, if we don't get that spec right, and if we haven't fully tested it, and then obviously we then cause a failure down the road. Or, you know, and it's the problem we found. I mean, one of the failures was, you know, like I said, was the RetroArms piston. I can't remember the other one. We had, you know, basically causing an unpredictable unreliableness, and so we took them out, ironically, you know, and have we then introduced another problem by putting in an original TM part, and then that's failed. Because it's just not strong enough to handle obviously all the upgraded other parts. So I mean, from our perspective, we just can't seem to win. So you know, it's, you know, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. You know, we put a, you know, reliable TM piston in there, and obviously something else kills it because we obviously made the gun so fast in other areas. So we put the you know, RetroArms one back in there because it's super strong in theory, and obviously it's compatibility issues take it out, you know. So or design issues with, obviously, I mean, you know, if we had to, you know, systematically Loctite and glue those RetroArms ones for extra strength, because we found that obviously the screws would just unwind themselves, or it would thread it, you know, on the piston head, and the piston head would then be loose. You know, it's just, yeah, it's just, you just don't want grey area with obviously guns. You want 100% reliability. So there's a misnomer in Airsoft, you know, that gun techs, you know, are like car people, you know what I mean? So where we want the car places almost like, you know, build in the ability for, you know, the cars to come back. You know, it's, I don't think that's the case at all with car manufacturers, and I don't think it's the case with Airsoft gun techs. So, you know, I've got a queue an absolute mile long. You know, there's this, think about how many guns there are out there that need to be upgraded, you know, to in order to improve them, and how many people would want those guns upgrading, you know, in order to get the improvement, you know, to have more enjoyment out of Airsoft, you know, whether people think that's right or wrong, you know, it's, you know, it's just more enjoyable in my opinion, you know, and you know, there's just a massive queue, so we just don't want this gun back. We don't want any guns to come back. I mean, if somebody wants to come back for servicing, I mean, technically, like I say, these guns, you know, do shake themselves to pieces, and eventually probably will need servicing and or repair eventually, you know, but I'm certainly not looking for it. So this is, you know, we just, you know, we just need them out, and ideally staying out for as long as humanly possible, you know, before you know, then coming back, if you know what I mean. So but anyway, that's my pre-ramble. So I'm just going to start on disassembling this, which might be interesting to some people. And oh yeah, I love as well with obviously gun tech and just doing a completely different gun every single day. Isn't that fun? Just you know, always trying to rack your brain, trying to think like, oh, where the hell did we start on this one? So but you know, it's I always liken it a bit like to, you know, going on holiday where you come back from work and, you know, you've done your work 2 weeks ago or a week ago, but you know, sometimes you just have to just familiarise yourself with it. But a great place to start is obviously in just simply starting to remove screws, but obviously we need to remove this upper top section. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and then obviously the same on the other side. So we'll start with that, and then we're going to have this cover that's got to come off, which basically is tapping it forward, and then we'll probably start to remove this back section after that. So can't remember if that's the optimal order, but that's the way we're going to do it today. If I can find my T-torque screwdrivers, where the hell are they? You? Yeah, you. So SGR12s, when we get them in from second hand, which we really hate doing second hand ones. This one isn't, by the way, it's a new build, and so in theory should be the easiest one to do. But the second hand ones, when they come in, for some reason people never put screws back in the right place. So just try and pay attention when you're taking these apart for screw lengths. It is important on all airsoft guns to have a look at the screw that you're removing. And just pay attention to its length, you know, so to and thread type, you know. So on TMs you get a lot of different types of threads, you know, machine thread and self-tapping threads. So and you don't want to mix them up in the wrong holes. I believe that front sling point's got to come off. 2.5. Wrong old freaking gun. You know, I don't get many comments on these new videos, so feel free to comment any questions. You know, that you want me to talk about onto the next video. We can certainly do that. Also, I'm contemplating raising the camera a little bit. So, I mean, like I said, once the footage is recorded, especially in like HD and stuff, you know, I believe there's the possibility for, like, you know, making it quite a large screen and zooming in, as opposed to just being like on a phone or something. Whereas obviously if it's zoomed in, you know, and obviously I accidentally do it off camera like that, you know, because the gun's quite large, you can't really see it. Get out. Okay, so pop that to the side and just make sure that obviously you recover the correct screw. Okay, so front handguard, we'll take that off next. So these commonly fall out for people, so just make sure from a servicing perspective that you keep an eye on these. Make sure they're tight. You see on reassembly there's quite a bit of Loctite applied, so obviously we're now having to deal with that, which obviously is the downside to Loctite right now. Obviously if you get a problem one, just stop and then just get some heat onto it. So what we're doing is, obviously as we're putting these to the side, we're paying attention to obviously the hole that it comes out of, and just making sure that there's no subtle length differences between screws. It's just really important, you know, that you do that as best practice on all guns, not just this one, but on all airsoft guns. Just never assume, you know, that you know everything, if you know what I mean. So so sometimes, you know, there's actual method to these manufacturers and how they build these guns, and turns out that you know, you put a wrong screw in the wrong thing and suddenly obviously it's clamping down on a gearbox, and all problems ensue, which is a literal problem that we had on a second hand one of these that was sent in. So where gun techs had put a screw on the side here which was too long, and it was pushing right down onto the actual gearbox itself, and actually squished in the gearbox, so it was actually clamping on the piston. So and because obviously that gun came to us and not the previous gun tech who'd worked on it, that gun tech will never ever know what he's done wrong, which is why we always say if somebody does something wrong, send them the gun back, because obviously we need to try and learn from this to try and get better, because obviously if we can't, then obviously it becomes uneconomical, and then obviously there's no point in us doing it. So so yeah, so it's we need to get this gun cracked and figured out, otherwise it will go the way of the PSG. Gone. So you want like quite a large flat bladed screwdriver. Apologies, my partner's picking up my car from having a service done and getting all these shiny pictures of. Oh, she's sitting in. This could be expensive. Love a new one, but they ain't half expensive nowadays, new cars. Nope, to stick with the old beast. See if you can do it by hand first. I mean, this one's been done a few times, so but it's unfortunately one of those things where literally the very first time we obviously had these guns all in brand new, and we was just like, how the flipping hell do we get this off? Can be a bit of a pig, to be honest, and it's absolutely the very last thing that we put back onto the gun for reassembly. You want to make sure it's all fully tested before that's on and go back on there. But if you have to, like I said, big flat bladed screwdriver, you can sort of get it against it and then just sort of start gently tapping, obviously you know, this direction, you know, towards the front of the gun, and obviously hopefully get that just popped out, but that's all it requires, just going that way and then up. So yeah, obviously until somebody tells you or you find that out, yeah, it can be a little bit puzzling. Okay, so we want to remove this top section cover and this lower cover next, and obviously this back of the thing. So we've got 1, 2 and 3 screws there should be, and again you want to separate them from the rest of the if it's easier, just leave the screws in the places that they come out of. Just remember that when you pick it up next though, obviously in case they all fall out. So. These are cool guns, you know. They're obviously a tri-barrel electric gun, so you get 3 shots, you know, each and every time you pull the trigger. So it's quite a cool gun, and obviously, you know, it's not like 2 guns strapped together or anything like that. It's you know, it is a shotgun-esque or shotgun, you know. So so it's in keeping with sort of all the sort of role play element of Airsoft. Yeah, and it's quite a unique thing having an electric shotgun. So so we do want the gun to be successful. So you know, it's a cool gun. One more, just there. So these side ones here can be about the same sort of size as the ones at the front of the gun. So you want to try and set them separate with the you know, with the part, if you know what I mean. So. Other screws go. I'm sure I just put them here to the side or on the left here. So we'll put those 3 together, obviously stock wise. No. So we've got a failed bearing, which in the grand scheme of things is I mean, I think it's pretty good news, if I'm honest. So obviously not great news that you know, a bearing that we, you know, source, you know, Eagle 6 bearing, you know, which is a 4mm shaft bearing from a Japanese company called EZO. So it's a pretty good quality and large bearing. So for it to fail could indicate, obviously, you know, another problem somewhere else, which has then destroyed that, right? Or it could indicate, obviously, that's failed, and then obviously we call it chicken and egg. But you know, sometimes we have to try and infer and work back, you know, obviously as to what's actually caused this bearing to fail. But I'm pretty sure this is the second time I've seen one of these fail, which is obviously not great news, you know, not for that as a product, you know. So obviously we're not going to be fitting that same product in again, not on this gun, you know. This, you know, another gun might be able to get away with having it because it's his first time, but you know, in this particular gun we need reliability. So the bearings are absolutely not going back in there. So we need RetroArms bushings, which I bloody well hope are in stock, and they're going to be going in there, and then obviously we're going to be doing all the reshimming because that has to be done now, that we're going to have to be putting that back in there. Yeah, it's a real shame about that, but it is what it is. Like I say, we can't even sort of blame the metal piston. Sometimes when you do metal racked piston bodies, one of the Japan engineers that I was speaking to mentioned it. Obviously the reason they choose a lot of plastic parts inside of Japan rather than just simply doing metal and then making all guns just simply stronger is obviously there is a cost element to it from a production you know, sort of side of things, but also you know, the sound and the vibrations. Obviously, plastic, you know, is a very supple material, and it absorbs a lot of noise and a lot of vibrations. You know, metal racked pistons are very hard, you know, so very, you know, sort of brutal as they're going backwards and forwards and stuff, which can then create more noise, more vibrations. So so yeah, in Japan they tend to choose obviously plastic pistons, plastic bodies, because obviously that's strong enough for 300 FPS, and B, like I say, it makes it going quieter, and obviously also cheaper to construct, you know. So but we're obviously not about that. We're about making things obviously stronger and harder, and you know, ironically, sort of sometimes obviously more vibrations, you know, and obviously maybe sometimes, you know, so like I said, we can't blame, you know, that, because like I said, we had the soft, supple TM piston body in there, you know. But if that's all fantastic and fine, that's going to be a really great result. Obviously, if it's nothing to do with the piston, which we had so much problem with before, if it's now that's going off brilliant, that means that obviously, yes, brilliant, we resolved that issue, and now we just have potentially a reliability issue going on with long term with the bearing product, you know. So which sucks, you know, so because it was a great idea, you know, and obviously bearings do technically go faster than obviously the bushings and stuff, but you know, there is some guns like AK-47, whenever we put a bearing in the top position, you know, it always fails. So, and you know, on that particular gun, yet on an M4 it doesn't fail, right? So there is such a thing as certain guns that are doing this sort of extra side or torsional load, you know, that sort of goes sideways through, so it's kind of like pivoting it sideways as it's operating, and that extra side load, if you know what I mean, is just destroys, you know, bearings, you know. So in the case of the 6mm ones, obviously they're absolutely not reliable enough, even though they are reliable on an M4, you know. So on an AK we have to take them out of those, and we have to go with obviously metal bushings at the top, and that's just a lesson learned through time, and maybe this one's going to be the same, or maybe there was another combination of parts on this particular one that's skewing the results. You know, think back to obviously the MP5 build that we did the other day, and you know, we just had to remove the Prometheus bushing. It was just, you know, that's not to say it wouldn't work on the next build, which we're certainly going to try, but and that's the thing, you have to keep trying, and sometimes you can work out, you know, which thing or incompatibility is causing the problems, and other times you just, for financial reasons, have to say, you know, we just have to give up the ghost on that product. We can't just keep fitting that, and you know, and sometimes that's the case for products that take extra time to install. Like obviously I'd like the RetroArms piston to just go straight in without modifications, because that takes me time, you know, to physically do that, you know. And obviously if we get it wrong, we then potentially have a failure as well, you know. So so yeah, it's you just want perfect parts ideally, but you know, it's gun teching, so yeah, we have to figure all this out. Right, so I'm going to carry on disassembling this rather than just more ramble. I know obviously part of the videos is to communicate some of this stuff and educate a little bit, you know, but we are also got to do the work, you know, so right, so 2.5, and we do still have a ginormous queue to get through. Nope. 2. Yeah, I mean, just both sides has just been obliterated, haven't they? So fire selectors, as per normal, always on safe as a general rule of thumb for all disassembly of all airsoft guns. It's not necessarily because it's a safety thing, even though I suppose it is. It's because most of them require it to be safe in order to physically be removed, otherwise they just won't come off. So looks like we've got some more twos. So there's going to be two shorter ones on the magazine release at the bottom. Probably a lot tight on this one, isn't there? I think sometimes the biggest issue with obviously reliability on these that we've seen would be obviously making sure that obviously all screws are Loctited as you put them back in, and that all screws go back in the right holes, because like I say, we've seen failures with screws not being in the right holes, or screws physically coming loose through the shaking of the gun. So we're just going to put these screws over with this magazine part over there, so that then means we've got these two removed, this, and so we're just going to take this off. The back, there should be a couple of clips. Okay, we can put that to the side. It's just one piece, so that gives us the unit. And obviously, yeah, I mean, I literally know other shops who phoned me up and said, look, can we take some work, because this is yeah, they just don't want this, you know what I mean? So it's very difficult for gun techs to try and work on every single gun under the sun. I mean, we're not taking much HPA or any HPA stuff on at the moment, because I just don't want the hassle of trying to learn a new system, if you know what I mean. So and rightly so. Obviously, lots of gun techs are making the correct choice nowadays, you know, to sort of not try and diversify themselves and become effectively an expert on 20 guns. Some gun techs will say they can work on everything, but you know, it's jack of all trades, master of none, unfortunately. So we do need to get good at one particular gun to learn its eccentricities, and sometimes that requires obviously putting some parts in a gun and obviously having them break to realise obviously where the boundaries are. And you only do that and find out where they are by doing the same gun over and over and over and over. So over time, but obviously little videos like these can help people out. Just get an idea on things. But yeah, but basically we've got the front section of the gun, which is obviously two screws on each side here, so you can remove the front section for working onto the hop. So obviously if you were just doing barrel and hop upgrade right now, you could just separate right here and just push that to the back and just do your barrel and hop rubber upgrade, and then obviously just put it back on, obviously making sure you're Loctite, and then just go back to reassembly. Obviously if you've got other things, like we've seen problems with fire selectors, cut off levers, yeah, you could obviously go down that route, and then try and you know, you will need to get to obviously to this, what we call the first part, the first section of the gearbox, second section and third section at the back here, and then obviously technically the gearbox is its own separate unit, so I suppose 4 sections there of the gearbox. Now obviously sometimes people want to get to the electrical contact issue going on in here, because sometimes there's an electrical issue. Obviously if you're trying to fault find an electrical issue on this, it is actually quite easy. You know, if you get a multimeter right now, you see you've reached this stage here where, you know, potentially only an hour down or whatever of time for you being a gun tech, an actual professional shop, if you know what I mean, and you've now just obviously got the gun down to this stage. I remember there's a lot of the clone ones out there have it quite a lot, where they generate these. I mean, I went inside one of the clone ones, and there was the contact switch blade that's inside there. If you remember the blades from just your normal M4s working on them, the blade was physically not attached, you know, to the plastic trolley that goes backwards and forwards anymore. It literally, the pin had, I don't even know where the pin was, it wasn't even in there anymore, and the blade was completely off. So so yeah, and obviously that was creating the electrical issue. So a multimeter on here on the contacts, you know, is going to very quickly by pulling the trigger, obviously in, you know, semi or full auto mode, let you know whether you do have a continuity error going on there, if you know what I mean. So and if you have continuity, then you know that obviously there's nothing wrong with this part. And if you're still getting an electrical fault, you know, I would very much take this MOSFET off and independently plug a motor onto it, and then obviously a battery, and then I'd obviously see if I can drive that motor just independently of the gun, and then you can obviously test your MOSFET to see if the MOSFET is able to work and drive that motor. If you need to activate the MOSFET, well, you've tested the trigger working, so you can just plug this back in and just operate it via that. Or if you want to, you can buy these connectors, and then you have just 2 wires, and you just take those 2 wires and just touch them together, and obviously that will make the 1-volt circuit, if you know what I mean, that's going through here, if you know what I mean, to activate it. So because this is obviously your gate wire, you know, your activation circuit for a MOSFET. Yeah. So, and then obviously this is your complicated you know, integrated circuit board over here, you know, with obviously it's got an IC on there for obviously battery voltage detection, and but other than that, it's a fairly basic system of just simply on and off, you know, because obviously the cut-off lever is what's going to be doing all your timing of your single shots, and then obviously you've still got a mechanical switch system in here which does your disconnecting via the cut-off lever, you know. So so it's not an advanced system like the Gate Titan or something like that, you know, where it does the cycle completion and obviously controls and stops and starts and stuff, or like the MP5. It's just a sort of basic effect, but you get all the advantages of effect. So it's quicker, you know, obviously you got your battery monitoring, even that's mostly annoying on this. So yeah, it's yeah. So obviously we're going to separate this front because we don't want the you know, it's just heavy, so we're just going to get that off and out of the way. So there's a support bracket which is going to remove at the top here. So these will be self-tappers, so you want to set these aside with the support bracket itself. So 2 screws coming out, just basically just do a quick size comparison. You obviously do it, I mean, like I said, we're teaching, I know they aren't in the same size, but we're teaching best practice here. So so basically, as the you know, you always take 2 screws out. I mean, what if the back one obviously has a longer section through the gearbox, say, than the front one? So you take them out and back one's longer and short one's shorter. So you then need to obviously get that orientation for popping back in here just temporarily, you know, correct. Yeah, so that's why we always teach that, you know, so that you can, it sounds so obvious, but honestly it's, remember, it can be, we're going to assume obviously somebody's doing this for the first time, and it's obviously quite daunting, isn't it, you know what I mean? So that to do this, and it's confusing and complex, and sometimes obviously shit gets forgotten, you know. So righty, so sorry, I'm doing shit on my phone. Right, so we've got torque here, so it's a T10 if memory serves. These will be Loctited, so try and get onto these, get some bracing, you know, and try and make sure that there you go, just, it's not especially well set. Sometimes Loctite goes off, sometimes it doesn't, and just sort of kind of is just grippy, which is fine as long as the screw stays in. So I'll put them over there. Okay, so we're just going to pull this off. Okay, so and then obviously we're just going to push the you know, air nozzle in, because obviously as we're going to be, you know, going back on the gun, we always want to be checking at certain stages, you know, for just sort of feelings of things, you know. So because you know, I prefer a more scientific approach, you know. So but the truth is, you need to know, if you know what I mean, so how this was before you start pulling it apart, you know, just in case there was something going on there. And obviously, well, we know this feels fairly smooth moving, is moving, yeah, so successfully. We can obviously check this, see if the central you know, sort of pokey bit, you know, that for the pushing the BBs through, if you know what I mean, is in there, that's still on there, so sometimes they break off. So we've got the check to see if the actual nozzles, you know, are physically intact on the SEMA ones, because they've got a manufacturing issue with their chassis. The one of the sides, or just one particular part, is almost like impacts something, and always breaks in the exact same place on the SEMA EMG one, if you know what I mean, because something at the front is off spec, if you know what I mean, and it basically just impacts, and yeah, you always get the exact same nozzle breaking off. So at that stage you'd obviously be inspecting that, but yeah, I'll digress again. So now we've got the gearbox section. Okay, so we're going to take off this bracket, support bracket. So there'll be 3 screws on this side. Again, pay attention to the lengths and stuff. I do believe these ones are different sizes this time, but again, if you apply best practice, then in theory, you never get caught out. Okay, so we've got 1 removed from that front. We've got 2, and then we're just checking sizes and threads. So we've got 2 identical ones in these 2 positions here. What I really wanted to do long term was just basically record and measure each and every screw on every single airsoft gun that I'd ever worked on and put it onto like a database. I think it'd be like a great idea. But yeah, I'm afraid you guys are going to have to buy a lot more parts off our website for me to be able to fund that bad boy. So crikey. So obviously you can see that this one is shorter, so and obviously that's the rear back one for reference. Yeah, so obviously you'll just have to get a procedure for yourself on how you're going to remember and document that. Again, always work on the assumption that you're going to be coming back to this gun in a month's time. Yeah, so I mean, it's not going to happen, right? Well, you've never say never. You know, I mean, obviously if you've can't find some gears for this, you know, because you go in here and everything's destroyed, well, yeah, maybe it will be years, you know, before you go back to it. So so yeah, just always plan around potentially being a long gap. So what is your procedure? I mean, I'm just going to pop these screws into the actual part itself, and then like I say, if I was storing it long term, because unfortunately some guns are difficult to fix, then you'd want to transfer it into, I do quite sort of slim boxes to go onto shelving. So, and I'll just try and do each part. And obviously just remember, if you're putting it up high or something, that as you take it off, obviously you could tilt it and everything just all falls out, and then you're back into square one again. So to just be careful, obviously, with long-term storage on guns, that you may not remember everything, you know, when you go back to them. So yeah, so we know we've got the bracket that gives us obviously access to front section, middle, and then rear. So we are going to remove these 2 screws on the front here. Not sure what's going on inside here, but if obviously everything was pristine, we could pop this anti-reversal latch here. It does give us a convenient thing for us to pop it. Actually, let's remove the MOSFET. Let's get him off, get all the wiring off. So then it's all out of the way. So we can just unplug the motor at the back here. Warhead, so you know, be careful. You know, you don't want to look at it a bit funny and it just fall apart in pieces. So it is fragile, emotionally, physically, all of the above. There we go. Take that fuse out. That should give us access to this rear one. So we can just pull off the fuse assembly and recover the wiring. Oh, I'm really thirsty. I might get a pause in a minute while I go get a coffee. Football last night, so we had pizza. Maybe on a diet, and I broke it for the football, but now I feel crap today. Well, it is a bit of the bearing. RIP. So much for Japanese goodness, eh? So, I mean, that's assuming they were genuine. You know, they were labelled as EZO, but you know. Who knows nowadays, isn't it? I just try to keep an open mind when it comes to probability, you know, things wrong and why things have caused problems, and you just always have to have that sort of open mind when it comes to fault finding. So I'm going to put these 3 screws with that cover. Okay, so be careful around this wiring here. Obviously, continually going backwards and forwards could mean that one day that you've got to resolder that. It's not uncommon. I mean, don't think that's an IC. I mean, yeah, no, I think it might be a microcontroller, so yeah, I think it is programmable, but not the sort of normal ones you get on the MOSFETs. Obviously, here's your sort of driving circuit, if you know what I mean. So with your P and N FETs basically, so your MOSFETs, and then obviously you've got a diode here, goes across basically to stop you know, motor spiking or reverse polarity, but it's not invincible, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, people better than I, if you know what I mean, will be able to explain what's on this board. Okay, so there'll be like a sort of heat shrinky, sticky stuff underneath it. Heat shrink, sorry, bloody what do they call that stuff on the bloody CPUs and stuff in computers? Bloody thermal paste, so it'll be thermal pad, I suppose, as it would be described as. Right, so that's off and out the way with. So we could. So this won't physically come out of here because there's like hooks. So in order for get this section, so this top has to come off. Yeah, so we need the front off, so that we can then lift this middle section off to then get access to this rear section. We could remove this motor and just take that off, but ultimately we do need this to come out of here, if you know what I mean. So there's also a replace screw here. It's worth noting, if you know what I mean. So obviously, if you're paying attention to original screw lengths, obviously we haven't got an original screw coming out of here, but I'm going to assume we've measured the one above it, and then we've tried to get something similar. What's probably happened is obviously when repeated disassemblies with the Loctites, sometimes Loctite can, like I say, cause you disassembly problems. So in a perfect world, you'd obviously be building an airsoft gun once, you pick the correct upgrade spring and get the exact power that you're looking for that customer, and that's it. You rebuild it and job done. So, but I mean, just sometimes, obviously, just an example of a Tokamori Scar. You know, it's a full disassembly to get to the spring. There is no quick change on that. So, and then obviously you put a spring in M90. You know, it's 20 FPS down on the limit. You take your best guess, but you know, and people always email me saying like, "What does this spring do on this gun?" I don't know. You know, so it's every spring produces a different amount on different guns. You can take your best guess, but ultimately that's what we got to do, and that's what we do. You know, you take a guess and you hope that through experience you get close, and sometimes you get lucky, but all you can do is obviously look at that 20 FPS down and then make a change. So either you go one spring above, which could be risky, or maybe you just try 1 or 2 power spaces to see if you can just eke out that last 20 FPS. But you may end up having to obviously try one spring above, realise that now it's hot by 1 FPS, and then unfortunately, like I say, know that the spring that you were previously at was the correct one, but maybe you can eke out for the customer maybe a couple of little extra 5-10 FPS with like a power space, or possibly other upgrades like a power barrel if it hasn't already had it, or something like that, or spring guide. So we need a... Where's that torque one we were using earlier? If you're watching these videos and enjoying the content, feel free to support us by obviously having a look at our web store and seeing what you like on there. And like I say, the workshop doesn't make a huge amount of money, unfortunately. It's no one's ever going to retire rich from gun teching. It's what we call a service, and we try and run this service and help obviously our customer base and obviously the local customers. You know, people pop in with a gun, it's broken, can you help me? And obviously we're trying to do that, but yeah, it's trying to just like hire say 20 gun techs and just have like the best gun techie place when gun teching as a business at most breaks even. It's no, like I say, no one ever sets out to break even, do they? So it's but so it's all technically about turnaround. Some places may somehow get a faster turnaround. I don't see how you can maintain standards and do that, but and sanity and stuff, doing this every single day. Right, so obviously we're pulling this forward to obviously hopefully take off some of this pressure. Okay, so unfortunately we may end up having to replace that piston. That seemed to have some damage on that. So obviously as we're disassembling now, we're going to obviously be doing our inspections, to try and figure out obviously what has happened. So it's probably slipped to the side that sector gear. Just, I mean, basically we've got it's just mullered through it. And it could be a timing issue. Because we've got some premature engagement here on. Obviously second tooth is obviously gone, so we've got third tooth, we've got premature engagement, which, you can get away with that, but then we've also got premature on the fourth and the fifth, so So that could indicate, if you know what I mean, that this was obviously coming back when the gears were coming round, and they've kind of like scooped across, you know, all of this, because it was all in the wrong position, or basically coming back, you know, at the same time that the gears are going that way. And obviously if you just had two trains, you know, one going that way and they hit each other, obviously their impact, you know, is dramatically more than one being stationary, you know, and one, you know, hitting it. It's just, I mean, you could just assume it's doubled, isn't it? You know, so. So inside the TM piston, there's a spacer. So just make sure you recover that. So once again we have the dilemma of, you know, was the TM piston good enough, or did it die of its own, you know, not being strong enough? In which case obviously we've got the RetroArms piston, which is stronger, but we've had a failure for this customer on the RetroArms piston, so we'll be introducing you know, one that potentially might reintroduce another problem again. So we're continuing our inspection. It's common for these Tappet plate springs to break. Which this one is. Lipo in LA. Pretty sure that's an upgraded one. Yeah, I'm not entirely what the solution is to that, because obviously we've replaced that with, you know, an upgraded version of it. We had some theories about the heavy weights, didn't we, possibly causing issues with regards to, you know, basically it's when dry firing, if you know, on the or feeding issues come in, you know, the sometimes obviously high caps and drum mags can struggle to feed up because they're just slower feeding, which means obviously the nozzle's coming back and forward, if you know what I mean, on, you know, potentially a BB, therefore sort of stuttering it going in, and obviously that back pressure is potentially obviously causing an issue, or it's just, you know, just the gun, and it keeps breaking. These guns keep, you know, rinsing Tappet plate springs, so it just needs to be periodically replaced. I would obviously like it to get to the point of indestructible, but it's already a changed spring, so we can't even blame the Prometheus one. You know, obviously there's only so much we can go in terms of size of this spring and still have the damn thing fit, you know, and retain the same rating. So we can pop this forward. We don't have to do the full disassembly on this in order to change that. We want to get really small. Oh jeepers, that's tight. get a picture of this, I'll get it off to the designers and see if there's a possibility of revising that product. I mean, I'll go back and double check the specs. I mean, I am assuming, if you know what I mean, that that's an Eagle 6 upgrade just because of the spec of this gun. Obviously, I do need to go double check the things. I don't want to make just assumptions there. But either way, that's a new spring, so we might as well get that installed, because obviously we need something to go back in there. Could just be the inherent nature of the design, you know, in the fact that it's got a bend, you know, at that degree. You know, the best analogy for that would be if you remember back the old Renault 19s, got converted back in the day to right-hand drive from left-hand drive, because they're a French car, and they basically just took the clutch cable famously in a 90-degree angle. Just, you know, it was like, oh well, you know, driver's over there now, so we'll have to route the same engine, but just, you know, just drag a longer cable in a 90-degree line, and then it's basically, so it went to this full 90-degree angle, and was just famous for just snapping, obviously at that 90-degree, you know, point, and would always break at the same place. I mean, I used to carry a bloody clutch cable in my glove box, you know, so just so I can do it by the side of the road. It's just it used to break that much, you know, sort of at least twice a year it would go. So yeah, maybe this is going to be a similar thing. Friggin' sucks, because obviously we just don't want guns coming back. pliers. Right, so new Tappet plate spring installed because that was found broken. Next. So we're happy with the front section. Continue with our inspection at the rear. Remove any of the debris you find. it's difficult to come out, either get some heat onto it or just keep working it backwards and forwards. Obviously what you don't want to do is obviously just go straight immediately to rounding off. You want to sort of go sometimes backwards then forwards, like in a rocking motion can sometimes be enough to free up a screw. So we've got a slightly different length screw here, so obviously we've got this one from this position, which is obviously quite long, so we're going to put that there next to our other 4. And then we've got 2 more, which are also, what's interesting about these 3 screws is they're all self-tappers. But these other 2 are 4 that come out, they're all machine thread. We'll have to chat to the designer one day and just find out about that, why that is, but it is what it is. So this pin, we want to tap that through. More debris. Okay, so we've got the 2 halves cleaned and prepped. Okay, so we know for a fact that we're going to have obviously a delay on this build because obviously we've got some bearings to put in, which means there's going to be obviously time for those to set. So obviously there'll be a delay while we obviously wait for that to happen. Also for probably the direction of going with the RetroArms piston, because I feel like we've got a bit more knowledge with those now. I'm pretty sure we can get resolution, but yeah, it's I mean, you know, like I say, with this particular gun, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. Obviously we've got upgraded Eagle 6 Tappet plates that are breaking, we've got upgraded RetroArms pistons that are breaking, upgraded Eagle 6 you know, bushings bearings that are breaking. You know, these are all upgraded parts. None of these should be breaking, but they're just simply not strong enough for this gun, and it's brutal, you know, because obviously none of these are cheap parts. RetroArms got a huge investment in obviously those custom pistons. You know, we've obviously bought in loads of bearings. You know, we've bought loads of springs in for obviously the replacement springs. And now we, you know, replacement strings are not enough. We need stronger replacement strings, you know, stronger bearings, you know, stronger pistons, you know, just never enough for this particular gun. It's brutal. Actually, I believe we're going to leave that screw in. Actually, no, we will disassemble this. It's part of the gearbox because of debris reasons, yeah, so we want to make sure that obviously there's no debris trapped inside even though traditionally we wouldn't separate that. So again, just double check obviously the length of screws as we take apart that. So we've got 2 here for one side, and then we have 1 on the other side. Long one. Quite hard to sort of mix those up, but got a debris that's in there we need to clear out and recover. I mean, obviously what we're hoping for is absolutely nothing wrong with the you know, steel gears that we fit. Obviously, if this would have happened to TM gears, you know, they definitely would have broken. But we just need to make sure that the super strong, you know, adamantium, you know, Eagle 6 steel gears are strong enough and have survived the abuse. So we've got 2 screws on there. We're going to clear out this, and then we're going to reassemble with the screws to make sure that obviously we're putting these slightly more complicated screws back into their right positions. Yeah, just from a sort of a air quotes more professional gun tech perspective, obviously we've got the 2 benches here, so sometimes it's good to maybe string up a second gun in terms of time and really optimizing yourself if you were somehow trying to do that sort of 2 guns a day, or even 1. Yeah, I mean, I'm not particularly in a hurry to try and rush this. I've got a huge, backlog, a lot of very difficult guns, real problem guns, sort of not necessarily failures, but just, just difficult ones where like nobody's figured out any solution for them yet, so we'll try and I'm just going to take my time, just work through the queue and just try and hopefully systematically get to a resolution on the entire backlog. Righty. So we're going to reassemble this and everything, and just pop a little bit of grease back on. So there'll be grease on the spring when we put back in there, so that will quieten that down, so I'm not too worried about too much in here. Obviously locating lugs, so make sure you pop that back in there. So a little bit of Loctite. And we've got this one and this one. Loctite's a tough one to factor in as a gun tech. Some of these tubs, for the non out of date stuff can be 50, 60, 120 quid. So yeah. It's a lot of money, for 3 different ones. You're potentially spending nearly upwards of 400 quid or whatever on just Loctite, to make sure that you have obviously all of it available. At the very least, the small 50 milliliter ones, 50 quid a pop. So times what, 3, 4 for the different things, size of at least 3. So blue, red, and the strong green stuff. Expensive. Right, so that one's prepped, so ready for obviously accepting everything back on. We have one of these for that. Also, I might as well pop that top one in there. Just a smidge of the blue. Sure these two are on the same side, so it's probably going to be something like that, but we'll double check in a bit. Okie dokie. So 2 screws for the motor. Just wondering which motor this was that was in here. I'm going to double check the original specs, because that was a possibility as well, that obviously if we're just trashing this because of the sheer speed at which we were trying to run this gun at, like say for instance this was you know, 45k motor or something like that, you know, obviously I'd much rather fit something a lot more, you know, reliable for this particular gun, even though the customer's obviously told me that he's got, you know, extreme enjoyment from using it, its current spec and speed. You know, we might not have any choice on that one. You know, we need reliability. Now obviously fitting bushings should give 100% reliability, should give 100% reliability to this, you know, because the bearings are, you know, they're high performance, but they are inherently vulnerable, you know. So, and obviously effectively whenever you fit bearings, you're always taking the potential chance that a bearing will blow out, whether you know, when you fit them on cars, you know, there's always a potential chance that a wheel bearing goes. It just is the nature of them. In some, they still fit bearings on cars, you know. So there is a performance from them. Okay, so motor ones for the 2 motor are there, but just because of our, you know, attention to detail, because we're teaching best practice, we're obviously putting our neck screws near them. We're checking the length. Also need to get these all cleaned off, don't we? Okay, so all the same length, all the same thread type. So, you know, whether you stick some in there or some in there, it doesn't really matter if we put all them into a big bunch, if you know what I mean, and mix them up, if you know what I mean. So, but we've done the check. So, and that's all that's important. Is to make sure that obviously we're not being ham with regards to airsoft gun teching. You know, we just shove anything in any hole, if you know what I mean. So they're screw right, so all the same, aren't they? So they can sometimes be very, very important to put them in the right places. them cleaned off. We're going to be separating halves. And we've got loose bearing over there. Obviously that shouldn't be loose, you know, so even though the bearing's intact, you know, obviously it's not great that that's loose, so we're going to make sure that we apply the new Loctite, the 638, is it? 638, I think it's 638, something like that, the thicker green stuff. You know, it goes rock hard and is much better bearing lock than the, in quotes, red stuff, which is bearing lock. So yeah, it's just better. So and it's proven much more consistent long term. So when I say much more consistent, we haven't actually had a failure yet on the 638. So yeah, unless this was, I mean, I don't know, it's hard to document unless I go back, find the original thing, and then start again adding more paperwork where effectively we have to write down whether we have or haven't applied 638, you know, just for records. It's like, Jesus, it's, you know, you spend more time in the paperwork than you bloody gun teching. So I want to obviously we'll put all these to the side and we'll clean these off, but I just want to sort of separate them first. So that I can get these shells cleaned, and obviously start the process on you know, getting the new bushings in there. So just for records, we're going to keep hold of the previous shimming, keep it intact, just so we can take a record of it. I always like to try and recover the original shimming, record obviously what it was previously at, even if it's someone else's work, and then obviously then do mine, and then we can then obviously do a comparison to see if it was or wasn't off, you know, for the customer. Sometimes not possible, but if we can, we try. That's manky. Right, I need to get this cleaned. Well, the bearings are still in, parts of them anyway. They didn't come out. That one's intact. broke that Loctite off. I can't really tell. I mean, it has a hint of green to it. Could suggest it's a 638, but it's not definitive. Oh, 3:45. Hang on, I need to sort raw mail out. Okay, raw mail sorted. I'm just going to continue, obviously, getting all this all clear so that we can move to seating these RetroArms bushings. Okay, so you'll want to get like a small flat bladed screwdriver when cleaning these up. What you want to do is try and get into the sort of nooks and crannies of the recess where the bearings sit, and try and clear out as much of that grease as possible. Okay, so we want to seat the new bushings. They did tell me what the different bushings were for a while back, but I might have forgotten again. mil. 6.1. 6.1. 6 mil. Okay, so got some slightly tighter fitting ones, which I suppose we could try first. Yep, so they're too tight for my opinion. I'm entirely sure of the concept of that as a product. Slightly tighter fitting ones, but that's much better. Yeah, see, obviously my preference from, you know, the bushing perspective is, you know, you don't want to have to press bushings in, you know, the concept of cars and getting a bearing press, you know, to press them in. That's mostly for like, if my mechanic memory serves, you know, for, you know, like obviously the arms, you know, on the bottom of a car, obviously, you know, it's a difficult to get to area, doesn't have bearings for that particular bit, it has these bushings inside there, and in order to physically get them in there, you have this press which basically just pushes this bushing inside of it, if memory serves, so because it's just difficult to fit. Obviously with these, you know, there are some bearing press tools available and stuff, but you just don't want to be pressing, you know, them in there. You know, because obviously you could potentially, obviously if you hammer it in, you know, obviously bow out the underside of it. So also we want to make sure that it's not pressed and seated at like sort of this angle here. I mean, this is an exaggeration, but you know, obviously just imagine it was ever so slightly just raised on one side, because it's difficult to fit the damn thing in. You know, look how loose these ones are. You know, there's no question about whether that's going to sit flush. You know, so I just much prefer, you know, if it is tight fitting to, you know, things, and then obviously people are like, well, then it's loose though, isn't it? Well, that is exactly what the Loctite's for, you know. So we don't want it only being held in there, you know, by just pressure, because that could wear, and therefore it then becomes loose. We want the Loctite to be holding it in place, because obviously it's a chemical compound which in theory is heat resistant, so therefore it should just stay forever, you know, holding that bearing in place. So so yeah. So obviously we want these just to be drop in. So this one isn't. Might just take a smidge out on that. Where are my tools? So you can try something like a reaming bit like this, for just taking just a smidge out, just enough to try and get that loose fit. If obviously you need to be making the holes substantially bigger, then a company called S-Long or Schlong, whichever one, whatever they're trying to go for with the name, they do a fantastic set of specific reaming tools for making 6mm holes into 7mm holes and 7mm holes into 8mm holes, which I highly recommend having in your toolkit if you are doing this often. So that's much better, much better. Just a smidge more on that other one. Might just be the angle, so coming from the other side. Right, just going to clean out the hole there. It should be prepped on both sides there for it to go in. pretty interesting actually, the pronounced, all these other ones are flat and then we've got slightly pronounced here. So I'm just going to double check that obviously you know, it is clear underneath it. Obviously we don't want like a significant gap. Yeah, I just think that that's just shallower. You know, which obviously you've got the option to, technically what you could do is just take the, obviously the flat bladed screwdrivers and just keep on running this round. You know, you're ever slightly going to take out more and more material each and every time if you do want to get it sitting a little bit lower. But I think we just want to make sure that that's clear, and so unless there's specifically a problem with the shimming height, it's not necessarily a bad thing having a lip. You know, obviously it just means that obviously the lower you have it, the more potential shims you're going to have to do to shim it. But also it does give you powerful options for, you know, if there is complicated shimming happening. For instance, you know, some weird combination of motor height. You know, causing or a grip that's obviously causing you to set it at a certain sort of height and need that extra, you know, amount of room for shimming. But otherwise, like I say, that's why a lot of the old designs used to have like thicker lips on them and not have what they call flush fit bearings, because they were just trying to save you using crap loads of shims, you know. But it did obviously give some issues for compatibility. So that's a bit tight still. Bit tight still. Spot on. Okay, so we'll just and then all these other two, I'm just going to move them out of the way because obviously we're done with that as a product. I mean, there's no point even keeping them, because unless I was to make the hole physically bigger, you know, it's just got no use now as a even spare part just for keeping around. I'd need a gearbox with what, a 6.1mm hole. So unless there's a damaged gearbox, it's obviously been reamed out too much. Yeah. Well, no, I say never, I guess. Might be worth keeping. Just give it a little tap. A little tap, tap, tappy tap. Straight in and flush. I mean, we are talking about a small amount to be taken out here. I mean, I literally am just going in and just going beep beep, you know, tiniest amount. Again, this one's raised a little bit, so I'm going to assume, if you know what I mean, that's by design, if you know what I mean, on that particular bit. Okie dokie, so move that out of the way. Put our screwdriver back. Just getting a smidge busy. I'm just going to double check that this clean. Okay, we've not got bearing tools because obviously the 4mm holes. So we're going to have to use the old school method, which, like I say, which is perfectly fine. We can't obviously have fancy bearing tools for every single gearbox when they're proprietary and unique like this. So the old method is, like I say, making sure that it's relatively loose, as flush fit as you can, apply the Loctite, and then obviously just try and suspend it, if you know what I mean, between maybe a couple of things or something, so that they can just sort of hang and dry, basically with gravity. So okay, so we're fitting all right. We'll apply our Loctite. Yeah, this stuff's so strong, in theory it would just literally bond surface to surface. So you should be able to go like literally on the actual flat face of it on the inside, and it would literally stick two surfaces together. So it's crazy. Oh, phone having a memento. Right, so I've obviously got the other half just prepped. Just did that while I was yapping on the phone. So I basically just seated those. They're obviously now going to dry, and so we are going to prep the piston next, because that's the next thing that takes time if we're going to go down the route of trying this RetroArms piston again, and risking it for a biscuit. We just don't want this to come back, you know. If I'm honest, you know, it's just, you know, even if the customer's like, you know, fantastic about the situation and whatnot, you know, we're not, you know. So we're getting to the point when obviously I just can't keep doing the same gun over and over. You know, we're well beyond, you know, making any money from the gun build, you know, just from that perspective, you know. It's now literally costing us money every time we have this gun in. It needs to be gone and out and staying out, you know, and having a great time of it, and you know, moving to the point when the customer can then go beyond obviously using this, and he wants to then buy 12 other guns, you know what I mean. So so it's we need this gun is just, you know, yeah, it's just an absolute money sink at the moment for me personally. So it's just you know, all these bits, you know, £40, you know, £30, another spring, which is another 15. So you know, labour, so another 200, you know. So it's you know, it's literally £500 bill, you know, for me personally to fix this gun for the customer. So it's just it's brutal. So it's gun teching. So, you know, something that's meant to be supposedly making us money, you know, not taking our money away. But yeah, trying our best to get this to being good, and obviously we take a gamble on another upgraded part, which hopefully doesn't fail. So we've got the piston and got the rack screw. So on these, we have to Loctite it with basically the same sort of stuff. Assume we're going to work on the assumption that we'll never have to take this apart ever again. Yeah, so we're going to borderline glue it effectively, which is rare. You don't often do it. But we just don't want this screw, because I've seen it multiple times where basically this rack has moved and physically bent this screw, and we don't know if it's because it becomes loose and then bends it, or if something happens and it literally forces, you know, the rack through the screw, you know. It's not great, is it? Threads in alright. Famous last words. Okay, so we're going to try our best to glue that rack in place. It's very difficult because stuff goes off so quick. So what you want to try and do is when you push that on, you really want to nail it in that first slide. Sometimes it catches at the bottom. So check to make sure that obviously this goes over the top of the plastic, and that looks spot on. Sorry, I'm just going to go get that phone. So, piston head removal. probably do with a piston head from RetroArms at some point, but I realise it's difficult to just keep willy-nilly creating products. So we're going to try some of that 638 again on this rack, because we want to bond this right. Right, that's in. Would it be nice if it stays in, eh? I've seen these where they're literally just bowed. You know, it just makes me think that something's off spec or not quite right, but okay, so just going to try a little bit of red just on here, just to I need like a really long bloody Allen key one. So it's catch-22 with the piston head. Obviously you don't want it to vibrate and come off, because obviously these things have a real tendency of vibrating and come off. On the other hand, we have seen these threads fail, you know, where this piston head is attached, and then obviously we've seen this head separate in other builds. I think probably in this same one. So we obviously know that we need to tighten that, but we don't want to also over tighten, because it's obviously possible to distort this. So basically this starts to sort of pull one direction, because obviously it's been just, you know, pulled too much against it. And also we have an issue with obviously these runners, which we'll demonstrate later, if you know what I mean, being off spec with this piston head. So basically it's almost like the runners are a bit too thick here, and obviously pulls the piston head up too high, because obviously the RetroArms one is slightly off spec with the TM runners. If you just to put these, it's difficult because obviously it's the piston head which is holding it in alignment, and it's like the alignment is just like ever so slightly holding it too high, you know. So so where they need to be a bit lower. So but yeah, that's obviously a problem which we it demonstrates by basically when you install it all. We'll show it later, but when it's all in place, you basically, it's difficult to move, very difficult to move it, and that caught us out, that did. So so you can get this and just basically rest it inside the gearbox, because obviously we've got a installed piston, in theory correctly, hopefully. We've got the this is just obviously going to sort of all, you know, dry and go off over time. And we'll pop it on the spring later. Okie dokie. So we can now continue with the cleaning of the gears and the preparation of those, because obviously we know that obviously stuff is drying, but we do want to maximise our time. So we've started them going nice and early. Obviously we're setting aside the obviously dead bushings and bearings. These might as well just be thrown, unless you want to sort of take evidence and stuff, you know, picture of them. Obviously in this particular instance we're now videoing, so we don't really need to do any of that. So take my kid to football in about an hour and 10 minutes, so we'll probably do another 10-15 minutes. That should do about right for obviously just getting this all to prep stage, essentially all cleaned, all ready, you know, for us to now go back and these are a failure point as well. So with that movement left and right, well, there's no up and down, just left and right, so probably alright. What was I saying? So yes, about right, because obviously we'll be able to get this all prepped and cleaned. This was the piston head, wasn't it, from the original? So we'll pop that into the piston head back. I'm just going to stick that straight in this packet all in. Got a nice collection of these from this gun I have. Hanging them on the wall. Where's my pen gone? Okay, so old sector T and sector B, spur T, spur B, and bevel T and bevel B for old. Okay, so we can obviously take a measurement of the old shims that we're getting off this. So we're at 0.96. Got 0.46. So we're just checking for, you know, hard debris to make sure there's nothing in between. That's pristine, it's good. Turns out you make stuff out of adamantium, it lasts pretty good. Okay, so spur is 0.71. Where's my razor? Come on guys, where is it? Okay. 0.83. Put that in the bottom position. Change the position of the bushings, so it's not even like we can use that as a comparison, you know, to be like, oh look, this was off or this was spot on, but we've got the record, so it's never a bad thing recording information. Okay. 0.66 on the bottom of the bevel. Zero 0.98 top. left on this friggin' gear. .16 on the top box. Right. So we've got gears cleaned and prepped. Got a very dirty anti-reversal latch there. Cleaning these rags, they got all the contaminants in them. Just buy these big packs of these microfiber cloths. Debris for chucking. Okay, so piston prepped, gears cleaned. Obviously we'll carry on tomorrow with obviously everything's all cleaned now. So we've obviously assessed the damage, we've cleaned the parts, we've obviously replaced the parts with new bits, you know, for and now we're obviously ready for going back on the assembly, you know, the reassembly process. Which will be obviously first shimming and then obviously rebuilding and then retesting to make sure that obviously FPS is good still and that you know it's obviously working. So one little thing we obviously will point out, obviously on reassembly of these, which I'll mention later on, you know, we do give these extended time for like kind of like resting post rebuild to make sure obviously all the extra Loctite that we have to put on all the screws, because they do vibrate themselves quite a bit, has plenty of time to set. So but yeah, obviously we're all prepped. Hope you enjoyed that part up till then, and then obviously we'll carry on with the rest. For you, there'll be no gap, if you know what I mean, but for me, I'm going to get cleaned up and go take my kid to football. So cool, see you in a bit. Hello, we're going to be carrying on with this SGR12, and this one, so we're obviously at the stage where we need to do all the shimming, so we're going to pop this over there, and we're going to be getting our gearbox shells. And we need to be doing I mean, this is the half shell method in this particular one, but I don't think we need to do half shell because there's so much access in this. I think we could probably just reassemble this and do full. We'll see what it looks like with the half. Yeah, I'd say it's about right. So, you know, a tiny bit hanging off the edge and almost in line with the sort of, the sort of neck of it. The shelf area. Get the other half on and see what kind of what it looks like slack-wise at the top of it. I think they're the other way around on this thing. Pretty sure it's that way around actually. So when you're looking through this hole, you should be able to obviously have access to the anti-reversal latch, which would be impossible if it was the other way around, so it's that way around. I mean, when it's set at that, you know, it's against the bevel, it's roughly central, so I think we're at a pretty good height where we've got this sort of plus or minus ability. So now we just have to take out that slack above it. .67. so a little bit less than what was previously on there, but I've moved up to all of the large ones on the top of this. Scooting baby is driving me crazy. My obsession for the Western. My dance for the day. Rodeo, Romeo. Now you drive me head to toe. Gotta get in line. 5, 6, 7, 8. Dance for the day. Yeah, so it's just sitting obviously above it. When we move this, we've just got the tiniest little sort of slack and bounce, suggesting that like I say, Andy's one was basically bob on, and obviously I've now, you know, changed it. But again, we're still pretty close, and we do have the ability to ever so slightly tweak in that motor a smidge, because it is sitting, I'm going to say a little far out, but just because remember there's an area of success. That's all we're trying to get into is that area of success, and that area is fairly wide, you know, it's fairly forgiving, but yeah, so let's take out the slack from underneath, we'll lube it up, we'll get some power on it, and then we'll hear what it sounds like. Romeo, Romeo, now you drive me head to toe. definitely ain't working. Okay, so we know that obviously while shimming, you know, using the, I call it the half shell method, or you know, the most common method of shimming. You know, that obviously we're going to stack one side to then get, you know, in just the right place to then obviously, you know, based upon the motor height, and then the rest basically fills itself. So obviously we've put some on the other side to fill itself. That's too much, so we have to remove some off there, so which we're obviously now going to do. So we've got a 4.7. We've got a 0.19. It's too tight, so we could just bin the 19. That's, I mean, it was tight. It was like, it's not even remotely like maybe. So I'm going to go for that full 0.2 removal, and then just stick with the 4.5. You know, the 5. Let's just make a big move. I mean, like I say, you could just say, well, yeah, just do incremental 0.1s. But just in this particular instance, I suppose again, it's you could say, well, just best practice is 0.1s, and then just have obviously like lots of 0.1 shims, and then just keep stacking the 0.1s. But you know, it's gonna be buying lots of 1.0.1 shims, you know, for that method. So you do have to factor in, you know, some of your other different size shims. I mean, it's good movement. You know, we get that nice sort of like carry on, you know, without that immediate sort of abrupt stops. yeah, it's got like that microscopic bounce in there, which means brilliant, you know, because obviously we want to add in that sort of possibility of when we add the motor in, that it's you know, like pulls it a bit more. In fact, we can well, it's just obviously a difficult one to test, because obviously look, we put this in here to prove out, obviously, well, when we add the motor we're going to put 2 more screws in there, so obviously it's going to pull it a bit tighter. But how do you then obviously test for play? You know, the only way is obviously moving through to the, you know, the actual adding power stage and putting an amp meter on there. So which is obviously why it's so important to build the amp meter into the testing process, because it's just such a vital tool at certain stages for getting readings on whether things are over shimmed or not shimmed, you know. So I'm just going to add on a little bit of grease, we're going to add in the screws, and then we're just going to add some power to that and see what it sounds like. That's my usual one. Oh, I've got a shiny new one of these, but they don't come with Dean's connectors on them, so I just haven't got around to putting a Dean's connector on it. Plus obviously I do need to do 2 checks at the same time. We'd obviously have to test this amp meter and the new amp meter, just to make sure that obviously everything's all working. So hi, that worked, thanks. Yep. Customer, bless him, got a silencer in it. It was saying it was broken and wonky. I literally just unscrew the cap, straighten it, put it back in, straight. But if you don't know, you don't know, do you? Righty, just me rocking the A-star customer service. Right, power, let's get that done. Where's my connector set? The hell's the connector for that? Dropping off like flies, isn't they? My spade connectors. Okay, so I'm just double checking the polarities and stuff. You know, you only get one go at this if it's wrong. So you want to get a tool ready just to make sure that the adjustment here is commonly broken. These are. So some sort of impacts on the rear and snapping them off. Right, so that's in there. Batteries. Scratchy. That could be me not putting them on the friggin' shafts, didn't I? So I always like to try and get the grease on the actual shafts just to rule out obviously any sort of screeching coming from that metal on metal contact on the initial installation of the bushings. Remember, we haven't got these lovely shiny bearings in there anymore, you know, they're obviously a spin on a bearing on an axis. We've got obviously two pieces of metal, so we'll need the lubrication on there. Okay, so we're just going to need to get just a plain reading. It's got a smidge of movement, but it's perfectly fine. Oh, the customer wanted some work doing. Unfortunately, we are very busy. I want to try and get all the problem guns, all the backlog guns, you know, just done, and get to hashtag stress free. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Okay, so let's double check some readings. 18 watt draw, 2.35 amps. So let's jot down bevel result. Okay, I just take the average results, it's just easier rather than trying to get the live. Obviously that could be the initial as you start it up, obviously it might be a smidge higher. Obviously as you're moving gearboxes, if there's any movement, obviously it could go up and down. Obviously it's worth paying attention, which is obviously why it's such an important result to get, or data to get. So right, okay, so bevel attach done. Let's double check the other ones. Do not believe we'll be going over hop and barrel today, but yeah, it can be a little bit of a pig on these, so we'll catch that on the next build. I'm obviously working on the assumption that it was shooting fine and that there's no hop jams and stuff like that, though we did find obviously a broken Tappet plate spring. Obviously that can be considered back pressure, you know, causing that, you know, from heavier ammos, poor feeding. Yeah, could be taking that bad boy out. Never assume. You can see the size of the spring on these guns, so it's very, very, very important. Obviously, A, you know, that shimming everything be spot on, but B, you know, that if you can afford it, try and get to one of these warhead motors, or sorry, not warhead, but I mean, obviously, given a preference nowadays, I'd be fitting the Solink, but a brushless motor, basically, because they are very, very efficient, as proven by the 2.35 amp draw there. So I'm going to take some new, so we've got sector, top, bottom, spur, top, bottom, and bevel, T and B. So we've got a 1.05, top, we have bottom, .46. I say it's technically less shims than the previous one, but we did obviously move from bearings to bushings, which ironically typically bushings are thicker than bearings. The whole point of, or one of the main reasons for the bearings, or one of the benefits, is the huge area for shimming, you know, on non-problematic guns. PSG1 example. Yeah, PSG1's going to be an absolute pain in the arse to do on camera, innit? So, absolute crappy shimming on those. You have to be a borderline savant to do the shimming on that. It's just freaking almost guesswork. There's very little room. I think on the last one I did, I just drilled holes through the side of it just to give me some inspection holes. But be an interesting one to do again. That's top, this one's bottom. So we've got to get the shimming on this one done. Let's try, although the other ones came up thingy, didn't they? Helps if you get it the right side, doesn't it? Let's take out the height first, you know, then what we'll do is we'll double check the step heights. Yep, same as the other one, way too tight. So there's a 0.2 coming off. Should we take another one off the bottom or not? Yes, in a nutshell. Jesus, still coming up tight. So this one's not even the one with the sort of lips on at the edges, you know. So this one's the got the lowest settings, you know. That's the thing of bushings, you know. Righty, so let's take out the slack and then see what kind of bounces is on it. I'm absolutely knackered today. I don't know why, but just been trashed all day. Somehow I've got to get a bloody cycle riding tonight. I know it's not Airsoft, but someone's invited me to do one of those ride things, and you know, it's a bit of a sort of fitnessy goal, so why not? A bit daunting, but done them before. I just need to get that fitness back. So I remember that Man on Fire. Was it Man on Fire quote? He said, "No such thing as luck. Only practice." Is it preparation? Preparation, I think it might have been. So if I want to guarantee that it's not just luck that I am able to do it, no substitute for getting out and practicing, is there? Yeah. It's going to need just a 0.1, I think, on top of it. Take out that slack. Yeah, when it comes to airsoft tech, and I always use the golf analogy. You know, I spoke to a PGA professional once, and I said, what's it take to get good at golf? He said, hitting about 10,000 golf balls. I said, well, you've hit 10,000 golf balls? He said, yeah, a year. Alright, okay. So, you know, 10,000 golf balls a year to maintain a professional PGA thing, a jig. So, how many guns you got to build a year to maintain professional airsoft teching? You know, if you're using the same sort of principle. That said, I've been trying to get good at the golf, and you know, I've been hitting a lot of golf balls. I just put like a net up in the garden. I've just been smacking them off a AstroTurf into that. You know, it's good stress relief in the evenings. You know, after doing this. But the there reaches a point, right, where you're just hitting balls into the net potentially wrong. So you could do 1,000 guns, I suppose, wrong, you know. And then obviously, is that bad training, or is it bad practice? It's not really bad, is it, per se? You just can get better. And so, you know, I went to a golf lesson, and the guy was like, no, this bit here you're doing wrong. I was like, oh, right, okay. I was doing this right thing with my hands, and you know, it was you know, moving it the wrong direction or something, opening the club face, and he was like, no, you need to close it and keep it closed all the way in the back. So I was like, Jesus, okay. So, and you know, it hasn't negated all of that practice. You know, it's not like I you know, or okay, I've learned technically doing something wrong and then repeated that until it's ingrained. But all the other stuff, you know, that's still there, isn't it? You know, so yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong per se with teching. There's a lot of people get abuse with teching, to the point where I've almost had like fear through the years of just even doing tutorial videos, you know, because obviously you put that information out there, and obviously you, rightly so, as a gun tech, you know, learn new things, because you always do. So then you have this fear of then putting a video out there, you know, that maybe you teach something wrong, you know, or you know, it becomes out of date, or that you know, people pick it apart and say, no, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. It doesn't matter if I'm doing something wrong or if somebody else is doing something wrong. The key is, I think, to have that open mind that, you know, there's going to be potentially another better way of doing things. There always is, you know, because you just cannot think of everything, you know. So I imagine, or I hope, you know, there's you know, better gun techs than me watching this video, and then maybe hopefully taking something away from it, but also in other areas thinking, don't know about that, you know. And then it's tough to be able to then, especially with the egos that us gun techs have, you know, to be able to then take that, you know, information and then be like, yes, I will, yeah, I'll definitely take that on board and try and get better, you know. You know, to the point where, you know, there's been whole fisticuffs between whole shops and gun techs and stuff, you know. It just shouldn't be. We should all be trying to bring the industry up as a whole across the board, so that it's all just better within reason, because obviously we know that customers just call out the weakest bullshit, you know. But yeah, you know, some stuff they call out, you know, like I just received this gun back from a gun tech and it's set on fire, you know. Some stuff, yeah, but they probably should be calling out, you know what I mean. So but not all of it. So righty, so I was popping a 0.1 on top, weren't I? So we're just going to measure some 0.1. This one's a bit duffed, probably from the thingy, so we're going to take an opportunity to dispose of that. It's 0.2. 0.2. I bet you that one that killed itself is freaking 0.1. Nah, it's chunker. 0.44. Some shims here. Obviously these are AA12 shims, so they're going to have the 4mm shaft holes in the middle. Struggling for just bloody 1 mil, aren't I? Well, let's try one of these, shall we? Out that all-important slack. yeah, just got some more to take out. Not sure if we can squeeze another one in there, so we might have to try and switch up one of the ones that's in there to a 2 or a more. So 0.37. Takes us to a nearly 5 from 3.7, so it's adding 1 and a bit. Give it a go, see what happens. We've got the 2 previous ones just separate there, so it's close now. I can make it too tight just by squeezing it, which obviously is inaccurate because you know, these screws aren't going to squeeze. You know, they're just going to do them up, and that is the tightness in theory. Yeah, I mean, it's just not moving smoothly, is it? So we just need something in between those two. Heard the farmers banning all shotguns because of some kind of incident. Somebody got shot in the face. Looks like he's head around a corner and got a shotgun to the cheek or something, and it's gone in his cheek or something. I don't know. I haven't seen any pictures. I try and avoid the social media stuff, even though I technically have a business and have to do all that stuff. It's yeah, no, they're banning 3 2s and 3s and 3 6s, or they're talking about doing it, and I'm just like, well, they've banned down to 3 6s apparently, and they're talking about going down to 2 8s, you know, because CQB, I absolutely friggin' hate arbitrary rules like that, you know. It's just, I mean, you can understand, you know, single shot only because of the concept of, you know, having too many, you know, BBs in an area, the CQB is probably going to flood it to the point where just nobody can move without even getting clipped. You know, it's completely and utterly understandable, you know, but, you know, to move to, you know, to lighter ammo because you think that heavier ammo hurts too much, right, in a CQB environment, where is that line, you know, who decides that, you know? Is it the person with the least amount of pain tolerance decides it, or is it the people with the most amount of pain tolerance that decides it? Is it just arbitrary, where they sort of the owner just pins a tail on a donkey and says, oh, that one, oh, it landed on 2/8. Yep, we're going to do that. It's I just don't. The FPS is the FPS, right? So if a gun at point blank, right, causes so much damage to someone's face that it's penetrating skin, right, that shit has been tested by the government, right, and proven, right, to not go and break the skin at that distance at 1 point, basically up to 370 feet per second. Literally legislated by the government, and against, like I say, everyone's better judgment. Like some just literally airsofters who were just absolutely anal, just had all that regulated because they just had to have it all regulated. So that's been done. That's been done by the government, tested by the Home Office, 370 feet per second. Everything below that on full auto. So most sites play it safe. They think, wow, you know what, we'll cover ourselves. We'll do 350, and some places go even more and they do 330 or 328 for whatever stupid reason. And it just creates such an issue for us gun techs. So because we're just like, so we want 328. 350, 370, because some sites are 370, you're like, and now we're talking about arbitrarily banning weights, yeah? So, so now we've got to be like, okay, so my customers coming back to me saying that they're going to be, we've bought all their guns for 3.2s, and now they've got to have them all changed. If the financial cost of that, to switch down to 2.8s just so they can play at the same site that they've already played at. It's such a knee-jerk reaction. And I hate the knee-jerk reaction. I mean, most people who talk to them, if you talk about the knee-jerk reactions that happen in society nowadays, where somebody gets hit by a car, so you have to ban all cars. I mean, it's an extreme example, but that's what it is. It's something bad happens. Shotguns, terrible. Shotguns get such a bad chance and go of it anyway, right? There's very few places where you can realistically use them. And the one place you actually get a chance to use a shotgun, and for a shotgun to shine, just as a retailer that sells shotguns, one place that can use it is a CQB place. And what's a CQB place gone and done? Banned it. So, yeah, that's fun, innit? So, I mean, it's just, can we not just go play Airsoft, and just, I mean, for that shotgun to break somebody's skin, when we know that the government's proven, that 370 is safe and cannot break the skin at point blank, right? Can we not just have some common sense about it? Can we not just, do the obvious right thing here and blame the gun? Yeah, so that one gun, that was clearly, obviously had to have been hot. Yeah, it had to be. Science says so. Yeah, let's just apply some common sense here. Science says that to break the skin at point blank range, it had to be above 370. So can we not just, do the right thing here and just blame the obvious, correct thing, the scientific thing, which is either the gun itself or the testing method for the guns? And I know nobody wants to hear it, but it just has to be. Just we sit here with science and gun teching. It just is. It has to be the gun being too powerful. Or the testing method that's let a gun through. And like I say, I know they won't want to hear it, but that's what's happened. So it sucks, right? But and it's always a difficult position when I'm told it. But I do get told by airsofters, me being at a shop, that they go to sites and they fudge different weights and stuff through the chronographs and stuff to get their guns through. It shouldn't happen. I could sit here and be all like, oh no, get out of my shop, that's terrible to hear. You know what I mean? So it just, ultimately there's one line of defense for stuff like that. I sit here and I test my stuff and I do videos of guns being tested all properly and safe. Once I give them to the customer, it's unfortunately it's in the customer's hands. So there is only one line of defense that stops and makes people all safe. At the gaming sites, and that we trust is happening, and that is correct chronographing of devices, you know. And shotguns, yes, it sucks, but they are a difficult. 3 BBs coming across a chronograph device is very difficult to chronograph. 1 BB is going to mess up the next one, which is going to mess up the next one. You're going to get an awkward thing. So that's a tough one to test scientifically. It always is with this gun here, you know, say for instance. So the only thing I could suggest for sites is to, if they want an accurate reading, is to try putting 1 single BB through. It's not perfect, but it's a great way to sort of, at the very least, get a single measurement across the chrono as opposed to a triple measurement. So force the shotgun users to put 1 thing in a cartridge, cock it, put it through. It can have an impact. Obviously, I'm sort of bringing things down a little bit because obviously, so the BBs, the area is going to go through obviously the 2 empty barrels, so it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be damn close, you know. So at least you're going to get a much better idea now. Also, you know, all sites, and they're never going to do this, you know, but the only true method to get proper testing across the board is to have your own ammo. There's these lovely fast electric speed loaders nowadays, you know, that you can get. You fill all of them up with all the different ammos that you're allowed on site, and then somebody comes up with the chronograph device, and this is the best way to do it. Say, what ammo are you going to be running today, mate? So, I'm going to be running 3.2s. So, and then you put just give me the mag empty, and you just put a little squirt of 3.2s in there. So you could easily account for the extra cost of the BBs for that, you know, with extra 20p on a ticket price, you know. So across everybody for the day, you've just covered a bag of BBs. So, you know, it's a tiny little bit of extra setup, but it's the best scientific way to obviously make sure that obviously nobody is lying about the ammo that's in their gun, and obviously. You know, you're obviously testing accurately on that gun because that gun has been set up for that ammo according to the user. Yeah. So then obviously if they're then lying about obviously what ammo it's been set up for, it would produce a ridiculous result. You know, obviously be overhopping the BB, underhopping the BB, or something like that to that effect. So and likewise, when obviously sites say that they want to test on 2s, it's just what we'll do is we'll provide the 2s and we'll put the 2s in there. You know. Obviously, when you have extreme hop setting on 3.2s, you know, it's a huge amount of hop that's been wound into that gun, you know, so in order to lift those 3.2s. You now put some 2s in there. Obviously, every shot's going to be overhopping, so the guy's like, oh, look, I can't take a proper read, and why that hop off? So you're now messing with some guy's hop, you know, that's perfectly been set, just so you can get, obviously, a reading, which is going to be wrong, because obviously the spring that's going to be in there is designed to be powering, you know, a 3.32 BB past all that ridiculous hop in there, so the spring will be bigger, you know, but it's the ultimate shot is being reduced because obviously a huge amount of hop rubber is blocking the barrel. So if using, you know, more traditional hop rubbers, so it's why we go through so much to get an actual FPS reading. Is why we never test just straight off the bench. We always go and range test, and we always test with the ammo that the customer is going to be using, because you just mess with any of those variables, you're going to get an inaccurate test result. And for a site to be getting an inaccurate test result, I just think that's liability. So why would a site want it, you know? So test accurately, test the most scientific and accurate way you could possibly get to test, you know, and I just think everybody would be safer for it. But that's my rant over. I'm going to carry on with the Heads Up Techie now. Jeepers. It's just a problem. It's not like specifically that place. It's just a problem across the board for us gun techs and sites. But yeah, I just thought that I heard that today, and I just thought, Jesus, it's banning all shotguns at a CQB site. That's, you know, harsh in itself. But then it's just the kicker. I just hate sites that do the 0.25s only, because 0.32s. I mean, I know for a fact, right, and this is because I spoke to a site owner, right. I'm not saying it's this site. You know, I spoke to a site owner, and that site owner said, right, that, and I absolutely quote, right, that they've had to ban, right, heavier ammos at their site, right, because the BB speeds up, right, because it's heavier. That I swear to God, right, this is what a site owner, right, so who you know, is meant to be in charge of Airsoft has said, right, that BBs get faster, right, when they're heavier, the further they travel. and that's why 3.2s hurt more. So he's had to ban them, right? And I'm just like, this is, you can't make it up. You know what I mean? That's just it's nuts. You know, they think that the BBs go further. Like I say, I'm not saying which site it is, you know, so, but jeepers. So, you know, it's madness, absolute madness. So that they just, you know, the BBs are going to be going, you know, they carry their energy, yeah. So that's all it is. It's a heavier object, so it's going to be carrying that energy for longer. What you can't do is you can't take chronographs and you can't put them one at the muzzle and then 3 more downrange, yeah. So and then progressively measure that speed, because what you would see is that the wind resistance on a lighter object is slowing it faster. That is all, right? So all we're doing with 3.2s or heavier ammos, you know, is just maximizing what's possible within the rules of airsoft, you know, which is making sure that the muzzle energy and the exit of the gun is, you know, is 1.14 joules of energy. So which can be done by just calculating the weight. So it's within the rules and it's completely legal, you know. So, but yes, is the result, you know, perceived more effect? Yes, yeah, that's fine. We're just maximising what's possible. But like I said, I've completely different, you know, a site owner that I spoke to, you know, said that obviously his preference would be that all guns were sort of 280 feet per second, because obviously it's difficult to manage a site, you know, when obviously people can now effectively shoot, you know, from one side to all the way to the other. And I had it at the very first game that I used to play at a private site, and yeah, the moment we all brought upgraded guns, it just destroyed it, you know, because obviously we were able to now shoot from one side to the other, you know. But we can't just keep harking back to the, in air quotes, good old days, you know, when obviously guns would literally just, you know, we just didn't realise that how crap they were, and we would just go out and that was just it, you know. It's, you know, we just made the best, and those were the good old days. We can't have that. It's gone, you know. Now, yes, people have worked out how to make these things shoot faster and further, and we've got to obviously adjust for that. And what we can't do is just keep banning things, because it's just arbitrary. It's just who draws the line? So why don't we just all say, you know, when we say, oh, so 2.8s, you know, why 2.8s? Well, why stop there? You know, was it specifically 2.8s that are okay, or 2.5s that, you know? So why don't we ban 2.8s as well, and it just be 2.5s? Why don't we ban 2.5s because they're too heavy, because they hurt more? Because 2.5s hurt more, 2.8s hurt more. You know, so I remember the first time when I was over in Norwich and got slotted by some guys that turned up with some PTWs and 2.8s back in the day. Cool, blimey, didn't they hurt? You know, but you adjust. You know, obviously, I improved my kit because suddenly I realised there was more to be had. You know, and B, you know, obviously, well, that fear is a part of it, you know. So seeing the guys, you know, we were like, oh shit, they're gonna cause us some trouble, you know what I mean? So it's that fear part is important to have in airsoft, you know. So because we sweat and we worry, and it's exciting and it creates adrenaline and all of those good fun things, you know. So and obviously we take all that fear out of it, you know. So it's just, I don't know, none of that. Is it even still the same game? I don't know. I'm going to get off my friggin' soapbox and do some work, so apologies. Righty, so we know we need something between this and that one. So we're at 0.46. Not 0.37. God, I'm never going to get this gun done. Righty. So I was chatting with the other half there. I just quickly put a 0.4 on there, so somewhere in between. Tried a whole bunch of these shims out while she was nattering away. I mean, that one's free moving. A little bit of movement, but like it's not a whole lot. Might be trying to reach perfection here when obviously we're ultimately limited by some really awkward shims. Dropped one. We're 0.40. So I'm going to put that there because that's pretty damn close. So I want to try like maybe like there's like a 0.43 or something. I've got 0.42 here. Try that combo. See if we can get rid of that bounce, but still get that, keep that spin going. Just the problem in it. It's like so you got sometimes there's these X factors with shimming and stuff that you just can't factor in. You know, like to harp onto the old school method of shimming where it used to be like deliberately to leave slack. You know, what they're saying is obviously they couldn't realise or factor in why or understand why at the time. You know, obviously you do it all perfect, take out all the slack, and yet it would still obviously come up tight because obviously they weren't considering obviously X factors like obviously gearbox screws and you know, making sure that obviously the tight, you know, taking out the slack as much as possible, and also when it goes into the lower receiver and stuff, if you put a pin through it and you know it slightly tightens things or what, you know, just you just sometimes you just can't factor in everything, so you sit there going and trying to aim for like absolutely, you know, 100%, you know, tight, and then suddenly you just teeter over the edge. I mean, it's got that sort of, you know, that sort of bike wheel movement. I usually use the bike wheel analogy. You know, obviously you want that sort of bike wheel kind of spinning and continually spinning. Oh yes, there's a lot less noise on that one now, obviously when you do the sort of shake test. Yeah, so tiniest little bounce. That's what you want to see. You want to see, like say, a smidge of bounce, just obviously indicate to you that you just haven't gone too far, but while trying to take out as much as possible. So what we're going to do is we're going to move all these over here because we're done with those. Well, for this particular one, move that over there. Just want a bit of room there. Obviously, we're going to measure top and bottom now. And like I say, barring any step height changes later, we will. Okay, so we've got 0.30 underneath, 0.30. So that's interesting. We were getting 0.42 when we put this stuff in there, and now we're getting a 0.47 reading. But doesn't change the result that it worked. So 0.47 on the top. I'd love to get some really expensive calipers one day, but it's like I don't know which ones are actually good, right, as opposed to calipers that are simply charging me a lot of money, you know. So as in I could say that this product here is £250, you know, and I would have no way of knowing, because I'm not a caliper expert, whether it isn't worth £200, and then I buy it and it's a crap product, you know. Whereas like I say, somebody who knows calipers or whatever is probably going to be able to buy a really good one, but I just don't know. So it's righty, so let's do this one, and we want to do the underside. We'll just, oh hang on, because we've got some previous shimming. I mean, these are all coming up bloody tight, but I'll have a go. Well, that is incredibly tight in that bushing, so that needs to be resolved. Friggin' teching every time. Can't bushings just, you know, oh, sorry, just parts just be right, you know? Right, so we're going to just lightly file in there just in case, you know, there's any Loctites, you know, from the extra insulation that somehow got on the inside of it. just some lights like scoring on there possibly from the thing, so I'm just going to run this round it and maybe just separate the tops there from the bottom. I mean, the kind of grip we're using here is might even be prescribed as more like polishing than sanding, but that's effectively what we're trying to do. We just want this smooth, so that hopefully we can get this sort of just dropping in there, you know. Right. Remember, this is before we've even factored in the top half of the you know, the gearbox, if you know what I mean, and then obviously that alignment between two bushings, because obviously you could seat a bushing, you know, sort of like flat like that, you know, so you know, as I put basically, you know, like flat like that. So, and then you could seat a bushing like that. So, and then obviously the shaft in between, which is obviously just going to go in a straight line, but you've got a bushing which is skewed like that, putting this sort of side pressure on it, and then obviously suddenly you've got, like, you know, uneven, and you know, factor that in. Obviously some gears, you know, are unbalanced. I don't know, some of the cheap China ones, the SHS ones and stuff, you know, you spin them round and you just watch them go like this, ooh, as they're going round, like a bicycle wheel that's been pranged into a wall. I'm just going to try the other side upside down, just see if we get any sort of better fitment in that one, see if it's some consistency across the board. You know, can we consistently blame the gear for being the problem, or can we, if we've got a problem with the bushing? Let's look at that one there, just straight into that one. And then we've got this one here. You know, and it's sort of reluctant to come out, you know, just, yeah, we need that both being identical, just like that, yeah, so like, you know, just, you know, so there's no movement, you know, from right, but it's just a smooth pop in there. So we're just going to give, obviously, top and bottom shafts a measurement, you know, just to sort of see if there's anything, you know, obvious, you know, from the, so we've got a 4.0, and a 4.0. So I mean, it's almost imperceptible, isn't it? But yeah, we're just going to have to, I mean, it's like I say, it's almost immeasurable. Yet we can clearly see that when we're dropping one into another. So, so yeah, obviously we're going to have to just, you know, we're consistently getting the problem. You know, let's just flip this one upside down, just to make sure we rule out the. Yeah, look, see, straight in. So you know, just from process of elimination here, we've immediately just ruled out that. We've ruled out those bushings as being the problem. You know, we've got a problem with this bottom shaft. You know, so yet, you know, the measurement, if you know what I mean, is the same as the top one. So it doesn't make sense that it's will be jamming. So it's clearly we're talking about 0.1 material that we're going to have to somehow just quickly thing off that. So we're just going to continue with the polishing, so until we get a resolution. So it's much better now, isn't it? You know, where we just get this movement. You know, just maybe a tiny smidge more. Oh, it's like sometimes it's like perfect, sometimes it's like just a bit. So yeah, that's good. Obviously, because what we don't want is we don't want that binding to interfere with obviously the shimming process. Because obviously we need to be able to tap it upwards. You know, just poking it up and down. And obviously, if it's catching in the shaft, then obviously it's you know, in the bushings, then obviously that's going to skew our testing result. And obviously we need to be able to effectively shake, you know, the gearbox up and down and have it move up and down neatly. So yeah. Nice. Okay, cool. So I'm going to call it quits there, and the other half is got some stuff to do, but I'll carry on in the morning. So you won't see anything, so just cut straight to the next thing. But see you in the morning. Hello, we're going to be carrying on the shimming of this sector gear. So we're now happy that I've got the free movement. For a bit more centrally placed, you know, in the bushings. Better alignment on the piston, but we'll be able to double check that later by obviously putting that up and checking to see physically if the piston is obviously to the left, because we have obviously a half tooth piston. Try to pop some screws in and we'll find out where we're at. Got a little bit grippy, otherwise smooth moving. You know, as in it sort of doesn't have that sort of, you know, sort of boat momentum, you know, where it comes to a stop and keeps on going and going and going before it stops. It's just boom. So it could indicate a smidge of binding, so but it's mostly because I think that we could do with like a smidge taken out still, but we'll check the up and down play to make sure that it's not binding at the top and bottoms. It has that tiniest bit of play up and down. So I think what we'll do is we'll get that spinning on 11 volt and see if that frees itself up a little bit. So 0.31. Previously it was 0.96, so it was shimmed much lower than what I've shimmed it. I mean, like I say, I always try to bear in mind when I'm doing it the centrally in the gearbox, you know. It's how I design it if I was CADing everything up. .68. Yeah, so it's higher, but you know, all bets are somewhat off by the fact that we have changed from bearings to bushings. They're naturally going to be thicker. Righty, so we're going to check for step heights just to make sure that there's nothing wrong there. We're going to put some grease on, and then we're going to run it on 11 volt and obviously do our amp testing on 7.4. I'm also going to move all these shims out the way because I don't want them obviously confusing anything. Now that we're sort of set on some of our shims, we want to take them out of the equation. Try to keep your AA12 ones separate. Okay, if you're going to be doing, like I say, over greasing, it's not a problem. Like I say, as long as you clean off the excess and do some kind of a bedding in run beforehand. Like I say, pre-MOSFETs, because obviously you don't want. It's a big issue with people's issues with over greasing is that obviously they get onto sensors on MOSFET control boards and stuff. But if we don't have that in there, obviously it's and even if I was putting a MOSFET inside, I would still use the bedding in process as per my previous videos to just without the MOSFET. I'd just use a mechanical circuit, sort of a basic, simple circuit. Yeah, that's a nice gap. That's good. So we're obviously off the floor, sort of the base of the gearbox. We're obviously got a nice gap between the two, with obviously the sector gear being central, which means it's obviously going to be well positioned with the piston. Yep, that's good. And then obviously the only last step height is obviously this remaining. So obviously the downside to using this style of gear as opposed to what comes with the gun initially, this sort of V2 style, is fine. Like I say, a bevel's a bevel, but and why I prefer the original style that comes with the guns is that they are, which is this one here, just for reference. This is what they call the Max Torque or Crytek style. So I mean, it's TM first, but you know, Crytek have used it. It's just simply a better design. It's fundamentally better because you give, I mean, not that you would, but you basically don't have to pay attention to step heights because it completely removes it from the situation, because this whole bit here is, you know, available for shimming. You can shim really high or low, you know, whereas this, you cannot possibly shim, you know, too close to this, or obviously that is going to be hitting against this, and then obviously potentially causing a failure on the spur gear. So you know, when you know this bit that's here, it overcomplicates and makes it harder to manufacture. You know, because you've now got to do that whole section to press on there. You know, in a separate piece. So you're adding to the complexity of the product. You know, while unnecessarily, you know, just that is anti-reverse latch. These teeth work as an anti-reverse latch. You don't need the bespoke positions. It gives a huge amount of clicks, you know, so obviously it stops at, you know, much quicker, you know, rather than obviously having to wait to, you know, 1, 2, 3, like 6 places there for it to stop. You know, you've got bloody 10 there, look, so there's loads. So it's yeah, it's just there's just what downside is there for this style? I can't think of any. Just all positives, you know, but because obviously every bloody gear set is this one and it's cheaper because people have already got their designs already made, well, they use the old ones, you know, but it's an old style. So you know, I did mention it to the designers, but they insisted it was easier and cheaper to obviously go down that route. Well, alright, brilliant, excellent. So, you know, I'd have preferred this, you know, but it is what it is, isn't it? So. Again, we don't put anti-reverse latch in this for this test because obviously we're trying to remove as much complication as possible. We don't want the banging of the compression set. We don't want the clicking of the anti-reverse latches. We want the least amount of as possible to obviously just get a pure, you know, amp test of just the gears, but also to be listening to it and then listening to obviously the sound of it. You know, you can't, you know, when people obviously fire the guns and be like, oh, listen to that shimming, you've got this big old banging noise going on from the compression set, from a piston just slapping away. How can you possibly hear, if you know what I mean, whether your shimming's any good, you know? I mean, it just goes to show that obviously if it sounds bad, just how bad it must be, if you know what I mean, to do. And also you've got the X factor of different types of things now. I mean, you could run a gun now technically without an anti-reversal latch, you know, that physically changes the pitch to be much higher, more zippy noise. Does that mean the shimming's bad if it's more of a zippy noise? So you have to be careful about noise, you know, which is obviously why we're sort of leaning towards the testing of the, you know, with amp testers and stuff. So there is a gap on this step between the bevel and the spur, so that's a success, so that's good. Got our last remaining shims. Just be careful if you're using normal brushed motors for this particular test, because it's very easy to sort of say, well, do you know what I'll do? I'll just leave it on the desk running all day and bed it in, you know. So the problem with that is obviously the brushed motor running all day, it produces heat. It can produce so much heat, you know, that it can actually sort of melt things like plastic bushings if it's built with those. Some of them aren't. Some of them are obviously, you know, metal bearings, you know, so obviously they're slightly more advanced motors. But even in those particular ones, there is still technically washers and fibre washers and stuff. And you know, there's just the potential for you know, not to mention obviously the culminator wear, because obviously a brushed motor is continuously wearing, you know, the com shaft, you know, so, or culminator, whatever they call it. So yeah, it's constantly getting that wear. So whereas obviously this brushless technology, you know, obviously it's got those AC alternating current in 3 phases, you know, so where basically it pings and activates there are the magnets, then it activates the magnets here, then it activates the magnets here, then the magnets there, then the magnets there, and in doing so it basically pushes, you know, the shaft round each and every time, just moving as it goes ping 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 ping, and just goes round and keeps getting faster and faster. And you can obviously control how fast and the timing of things, hence why they're so customizable with the controllers that are on there. So yeah, so that's why they're so powerful, as there's nothing actually physically touching it, you know, to move it around. So we just turn it around like that just to move some of that grease around and obviously test it. You know, there's no point going further if obviously things aren't feeling right. So we want the motor in a complete line like that. Okay, so towards the end there we were getting continuous of around about 2, which is I think even lower than what it was registering with just a bevel on its own. Yeah. So we definitely got a very efficient setup there. Obviously we're checking for things just to go over best practice. So signs that we're looking for of problems might be obviously that we checked, you know, when we were installing them, but you know, just in case it hasn't been checked for you and it's generating a problem. You know, bearings, you know, now coming unseated and spinning in their holes. Yeah, so obviously, you know, using the 638 stuff, obviously we're hoping that that's fixed in there permanently, and obviously this wasn't too grippy, that obviously it now spins successfully in the middle of the hole. So we were looking for spinning bearings, which obviously none of them were doing them. Obviously we're looking for ideally, you know, nice and flush with those bearings, you know, or relatively centrally for, you know, the bearings that you're chosen, because obviously you could have long bearings, short bearings. You know, you've changed the specification of the original gearbox, so you basically do it depending on your thing. But as a general rule of thumb, you're going to be wanting to get your step height somewhere centrally, you know, and then you're probably going to be about right. So obviously we've done you know, a bevel to you know, motor height. We've got so we can get another amp test reading. This time with 7.4, just in case it messes with anything. I mean, there is a possibility, of course, that obviously the heat produced on the motor has some kind of an effect on amp usage, you know, as it changes the properties of magnets, you know, with heat. But you know, there lies a bottomless pit of you know, guesswork, I'm afraid, and theory crafting. So we're just not going to go there. Okay, remember we started off with the bevel at 2.3 amp. Okay, now we've got our 3 gears measurement. Comes in at 16, which is down from 18 on the watt draw, and 2.7 amps, 2.07, sorry, down from 2.3. So basically we've added gears, and we've now seen a reduction, yeah, in amp usage. So go figure that, eh? Ain't it fun gun teching? Don't make sense, but we're going to take the win anyway, yeah? Well, say it don't make sense, I'm absolutely sure. You know, we get Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever in here, or that other British guy, you know, so that thinks that we're all living in a wormhole or black hole or something. I'm sure he'll come and explain it to us. So. I think obviously as we've used it and you know, we've started doing our 11 volt testing, you know, we've just simply bedded things in a bit better, you know, so that it's obviously just fitting better. So, you know, we can just leave it at that, or we can go in and you know, tidy up some of the grease. I mean, luckily with this particular one, obviously this grease is not going to be going on to any bearings or anything like that, if you know what I mean. So so it's really probably a non-issue if there's going to be any sort of splayed grease, because it's not going to be flicked onto anything. So obviously we've got our gearbox prepped, and yeah, we can, you know, in theory, obviously that's obviously with any airsoft gun is you know, the hardest part is obviously if people are after you know, what do they say, that when they're training training things, you know, to go away and do and practice. You know, take a gearbox and your gun that you own, okay, and then take it down to its gearbox, okay, and take the gearbox and just tip it out on the desk. Yeah, I know it's a lot of people's worst nightmare, but really, you know, every gun tech should be able to build up from those parts. Yeah, so you should be able to take a gearbox, tip it out on the desk, you should be able to build it back up again. If you can't on that gun, then you don't know everything yet, you know, so you've got to have the confidence to be able to just tip a gearbox out, cover the desk and all its bits, and then obviously be able to build up back from that. That's being able to do that and then repeatedly do that successfully is a great place to start if you're trying to become, in air quotes, good at gun teching and all that, you know. Right, so yeah, we need to go back in because we haven't got a Solink motor, so it hasn't got the anti-reverse latch built in, so we will need to actually put our anti-reverse latch in there. So yeah, but that's why we scour the desk before we go any further. Okay, so with the anti-reverse latches, you want just a smidge of grease around where the actual spring is, just because obviously it's movement. You want to hold it in place. So this is the NGRS anti-reversal latch. It's the exact same anti-reversal latch that you find on the, you know, the M4 NGRS. Okay, we want to pivot this back. Okay, so even though obviously on the AA12s they have no timing lobe on the actual gears themselves, we still need to put it at 90 degrees, or basically, you know, so it's 180 here, so we always have to get it, and it is an absolute necessity, yeah, so that you do this, that you basically put the half tooth bit here at the top. Okay, if you don't, obviously these tooth here are going to be at the top, and then obviously you're going to be basically engaging the piston handle, you can't get the piston in, and basically obviously the first shot you're going to pull the piston in God knows what position and just muller it, you know. So this needs to be clear so that the piston, the half tooth piston, can obviously slide down and then successfully passed. And obviously when we're installing all this, we're going to be double checking clearance, that obviously you can push the piston in without moving this gear and touching that gear. So we don't want obviously the gear spinning backwards and rubbing on the piston. So like that, okay, because the moment we, in fact I'd probably recommend just putting the screws in then doing it. Also we're going to be working on the assumption that this is final assembly, so on final assembly we're going to pop a little bit of red Loctite up on top of the screws just to prevent them unwinding. You can put them on the threads, but it makes for messy reassemblies. we're hoping is obviously that goes off a little bit, and then just prevents that sort of you know, turning motion and unwinding. Now if you want to as well, what you can do is just get the screw and just back it up a little bit and then down, and that'll just get a smidge of that underneath it. And some of the decent Loctites, like I say, can physically bind surfaces, so they get in the sort of microscopic level. So so yeah, and again we can then spin this just to make sure that we're obviously accidentally not, you know, made that impossible to move, because once we put this on here, that's going to obviously prevent it moving. So we need to get this all back together with this, don't we? So we're going to pop him on there. Again, always go backwards to try and find where that thread is on self-tapping screws. There we go. Righty. Doesn't matter if a little bit gets in the holes, but obviously we're trying to get it just on that sort of surface. So these are the extra screws, you know, the X factor with shimming that you can't take. You've got to take in consideration, or difficult to take into consideration. We're now technically screwing yet another screw down, you know, onto this, you know. So and it's factors like that that if you sometimes, and the reason why obviously the old school techs and stuff used to obviously say, you know, don't over shim it, you know. So we'll always leave that extra slack just to sort of cover yourself. Because of that sort of X factor of final reassembly and something else, you know. Oh great, I think I've knocked these. So we have it's a pain in the ass, but that's pretty close. You know, and like I say, under normal conditions, just moving up and down is absolutely fine. But if you try and put like a side or torsional load, as in I'm twisting now to try and get it like at its worst possible sort of, you know, position, you know, it is technically scratching on that. Like I say, worst position, yes, but technically possible. So I think we need to, unfortunately, like I say, bring this shaft out of here a little bit, you know, and effectively sort of go from our sort of middled position to a lower position, and in turn, obviously, if we have to, lower some of those other ones. That's just, you know, it's part of the checks. If you don't build in the checks and we just stick stuff in, and you know, it's utter guesswork. You know, so we're not meant to be doing guesswork. We're meant to be building this up scientifically. And that does mean that, yes, unfortunately, this is the pain with obviously the Loctites. We're now having to effectively undo all of that lovely stuff that we just done and started setting. Put a cross on there just to let me know which side the screw's on. Yeah, I mean, it did have a lovely gap between there, but clearly too lovely. Getting a bit hungry, eh? Only the lonely. Fortunately, when you're changing your heights, it's literally just a matter of, obviously, because we know that all the shims are spot on, we just need to lower it. Fuck. There goes the anti-reversal latch. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. we can take another reading from the amp meter. Technically we should obviously remove the anti-reverse latch. We should you know, just take another amp reading because we're obviously double checking to make sure that obviously the change that we've done hasn't adversely affected our lovely numbers from earlier. But I can still see a visible gap there, so I feel pretty confident. Famous last words, eh? Biggest issue with repeated reassembly and disassembly is like, would you go through the Loctite process over and over and over and over, you know, thus ultimately resulting in a screw which doesn't have as on as the perfect amount of Loctite and works its way loose. Yep, so amp reading is still the same, which is good. I mean, we made a small adjustment. Whether that's enough for the clearance, we'll obviously just have to go back and test again. Really don't want to get into lowering this got a little bit of bounce on these. You know what they call it, it's not slack. I can't remember the name of it. The tolerance between two gears. Fucking name. Let's forget it. Right. Bounce, slack. Nope. It's gonna bug me now. Sake. I literally just told you guys not to do this, didn't I, a minute ago? What have I done? If you don't want to take it apart, you can just put some power to it, just keep spinning it until eventually it gets into the right position. You know, or just like I say, just remove these. FYI, there's nobody out there, you know, explaining this stuff, not officially. Obviously, you want to learn bikes, you go on a bike course. You want to learn cars, you go on a car course. You know, where's the Airsoft tech course, you know? Airsoft techs have to learn all this shit, so you can see why some are reluctant to obviously give out the information. You know, it's literally earned with time and money, so, and usually mistakes. So even pushing this over and tilting it, it's not rubbing on that gear anymore. Such a minor change, you know. I didn't even measure it, but you know, we're talking probably what 0.2, 0.3 those little shims were. It's just so much safer, you know, just to remove that from potentially being an issue, a binding issue, you know, because people do, they message you and just say, oh, you sent me this piston, not specifically this one, but just pistons in general. We always get it as a shop, all shops do, you know, and the piston's just died, you know, within about 2 seconds. So it's you obviously sent me a shit piston. So I'm like, nope. So, and there's a reason that all shops just have this sort of, if you fit it and you break it, you bought it, you know what I mean, type situations. Because, you know, how do I know that the person's not done something wrong? Because I literally done something wrong potentially there, you know, which could have potentially, if I'd have carried on going, you know, caused a failure on this. So how can you then blame the piston, you know? Or it genuinely is a shit piston. We live in a world where, yes, you know, the manufacturers, you know, they do a big old batches, they want to sell the big batches. They just realise halfway through, you know, or a month later, that it's slightly off spec for some reason, something they didn't take into consideration. So you know, well, you know, they still made crap loads and still got crap loads. So, so yeah, it becomes obviously difficult, doesn't it? So, so that's obviously that tested. What we're going to do now is, because obviously look, it's lovely and smooth moving, and you know, we can get that gear, we can turn it round, and it's going to pick up that that piston, you know, and we're just like, oh wow, everything look beautiful and right in the world. So we go ahead and build up, and this is where we found another problem, which took some investigation and some time and stress, and basically part of this previous build, I think the first failure I think we had, possibly a second, I can't remember, and it was basically that we had an off-spec issue with that piston. So now we're going to be checking that. So we're going to be moving to the next stage, which is obviously reassembling this body here. Memories from the corners of my mind, misty watercolor memories, how the way we were. You are welcome, internet. Lost my 2 subscribers. Okay. Righty. So I'm going to pop those screws in there. These ones here are self-tappers, so just for reference. So if you haven't, you know, if you've lost obviously sort of your reference of like I have, because I've knocked them all over there. Okay, self-tapping, so you know, try and locate your all 3 screws, rather than, you know, if you feel resistance, trying to plough through that resistance. Misty watercolored memories. So in fact, I'm going to slacken them off. The reason being is that you want to get this locating pin in. So we obviously have pins, and we always start with pins, and I call them locating pins, even though they're probably some kind of extra just support pin. But if you refer to them as locating ones, then you'll understand, like I said, that it's there to keep things in position. Yeah. So we start off with the pin, and then we can then screw the things around that to pull the pin tight, you know. Misty watercoloured memories. I don't believe it's directional, even though there is a cutout on one side, and there is no ring in there to fit into that cutout. It's very weird. You'd think there'd be like some kind of a, you know, locating ring for it to click into. Oh, jeepers. And I went to bed early last night. Thought I will get a head start on today. Be nice and refreshed after yesterday being a bit tired. Still tired. Okay, so we should have 4 identical machine screws. Just to be careful on these about overlock tightening them. Yes, you know, you can literally open up an AA12 that's come in brand new, or come in for servicing, that has never been touched before. You could take it to this stage and see half of these screws backed out, you know, it's or completely missing. You know, it really does happen because of the vibrations of this gun. Misty watercolored memories of the way we were. Scattered pictures. Which reminds me of that Police Squad movie, that song. How to show your age without showing your age, eh? Police Squad. Woo. That is actually spot on. I wonder if it's been previously modified. Doesn't look like it. Isn't that weird? So, oh shit, I'm not doing anything on the bloody video. So basically what you want to do is test fit that this is smooth moving. Okay, so what can happen, and maybe I'm just sort of paid attention to it when I was you know, building this piston assembly, but what I think potentially happens is either too tight on the screw and then it causes like a sort of almost like a squishing effect here, and then obviously this potentially goes out of alignment, or there genuinely is some out of alignment you know, pistons, you know, and we've had to sand basically these runners previously in order to get this sitting lower, because effectively this gets pulled out of alignment where this is effectively sat too high, you know. So then what we do is we have to cover it in pen. I mean, I don't know if this has already just been modded. You know, to show us obviously where it's marking, and then we see where it's rubbing the pen away, and then obviously we can then obviously take some of that material away. But yeah, this is moving smoothly. So so I've documented it, I've showed you, I've told you that obviously to pay attention for that. Check that this is smooth moving, because obviously we previously, you know, have obviously just, you know, oh, there we go, we've a lovely shiny bit. We've built up that bit. We've got that bit all done. So we put that in there. We push that in there. Spring, close it all up. You know, rebuild it, fire, and then obviously piston die. So so we're like, oh, why is that? And then obviously on investigation, we've found that, like I say, there was things there. But I think possibly it's hard. It's like I say, it's always hard to specifically blame pistons. You know, all we can do is obviously react as engineers and stuff, and obviously when we're installing these, try and do all the tests, make sure things are smooth moving. You know, we've obviously made sure the gears are moving, we've made sure the pistons are moving. You know, obviously we would love, in airsoft teching, you know, the perfect parts out of the box every single time, but you just can't assume. Yeah, okay, so you always got to test these things. So I think we're ready for a reassembly then. We can just back these out and just put a smidge of Loctite on. Always feels like bloody going backwards, doesn't it? Liverpool or Rome. So again, just put it on the surfaces underneath the head. Just don't, you know, just try and keep it away from the threads, so it just messes things up and makes them a pain in the ass to get out. At least obviously if you put it on the head, you can crack the head off without obviously, you know, I mean, God forbid, breaking the actual shaft of the bloody screw in there. Try and get this in there. God, it's a bit freaking tight in there, isn't it? Spring is this? Because that is not a massive fan on how tight that is. Can get lockups if springs are too tight, but this is RetroArms in a nutshell. They always make, you know, smaller bodied pistons, I assume, because they're trying to make the actual body itself as strong as possible, but they always come up bloody small, whether it's the NGRS one or these ones. I don't think I've got anything that's like a perfect shape going there and file wise. A bit better in it. just got an Apple bill come through for 50 quid. I'm like, what the hell is... "30th July photo software." Oh, okay, right, that's not too bad. I mean, I'd ideally not to pay it, but do use it for business. More business costs, eh? Also, I'm pretty sure that's my personal one, so that should be on the business account, for fuck's sake. Grease just went flying on me. That looks awkward. You could argue this might have smoothed itself out, but now I have. Okay, so just have a look about, make sure obviously we're not missing anything obvious screws wise. Probably hang that up or something, don't I? Yeah, that's up there nicely. That's the front end over there. So when you're poking this in there, make sure you get the orientation the right way around, and you also want to lift up the cut-off lever. We do have now CNC cut-off levers in stock, so but obviously this one is 100% a case of if it ain't broke now, I ain't gonna be messing with it. We cannot introduce yet more unknown quantities. Of course, we'd all love, you know, upgraded cut-off lever in this gun, but it just adds another potential unknown. What if those are also slightly off spec, or you know, turns out you've got to do this special handshake in order to install them that we figure out over time? Yeah, brilliant, but not with this customer. Yeah, we've reached the limit of like I say, the customer's goodwill and my own personal sanity. So yeah. So you can see here, obviously, this is the tappet plate, obviously, that gets pulled back. So this gets pulled back, and then also it knocks and pulls this cut-off lever. So this cut-off lever then bounces, and that obviously generates the single shot once it reaches a certain position back, i.e. there. So if it gets that far back, it then goes boom, cuts it off, and then obviously the system then knows to do obviously all just a single shot. So yeah. Obviously you can flick it to full auto and the cut-off lever gets disconnected, and then obviously it will just continually keep on firing. Obviously this tappet plate gets pulled back, so which obviously retracts and pulls back the nozzle, which you can't see because it's not on camera. So the nozzle pulls back there. So the piston pulls the nozzle back, that does the loading, and then obviously that basically I can keep on pulling that back, but essentially there's a sort of giveaway latch inside there, which allows them to sort of separate into two pieces. So it will literally only go back so far. So yeah. So obviously I'm curious. You see, if this in theory then goes back and then it rides up on this bit runner here, and then obviously it then goes over the top of it because it hits this runner, and then it obviously pings back and then goes forward. So it does make me wonder if obviously this process of going up and flinging back because of a weak spring here on 3.2s is happening too quickly. So therefore giving you too slow a loading period of time. Or it could be that obviously a new tappet plate needs to be designed, which is, you know, bloody Stephen Hawking territory, right, to try and figure out the timing, right, of this. So obviously for 3.2s, if we want obviously a wider opening time, you know, for 3.2s, and then obviously it hits the runner, then pings back, do I need to, you know, move this further back, right, and then we generate a new one of these, you know, because we could potentially 3D print this, you know, but just back here. So then for giving us a you know, a greater time for, you know, or delay effectively, you know. I mean, it's just freaking guesswork, isn't it? So just because obviously you're not fully understanding the process here. It's you know, like I say, this, pull it back, and then obviously at some point it hits the runner, goes back, yeah, and then obviously that goes back and picks it up again, does it again, and then obviously in theory this is what holds it down, so that it should pick it up. And then what we've got here is this goes up because it hits the runner, and then obviously the tappet plate spring returns it down, yeah, so that obviously we can pick it up again, and obviously if it travels too far it releases like that. So something happens on the 3.2s giving us, you know, and box mags and stuff to give us poorer feeding than on the mid caps. We could just say that maybe it's the box mag problem, we just have to obviously feed it more. But yeah, it's, like I said, there's a little bit of potential for R&D there, which obviously you got to watch out with some of TM's guns. PSG1's a fantastic example. You know, everyone's like, oh, it's got a 700 motor, it's like really slow. It's like it just must have been, you know, made in olden days, you know, when obviously all that there was 700 RPM motors. Like, no, TM had the EG1000 at the time. They deliberately put the 700 motor in there because of the mechanical precocking and the timing of it. So they time it to work at 700 RPM, or so that 700 motor, you know, so that each and every time it rotates and never goes into what they call overspin. You know, you start to put EG1000s in there, or, you know, 11 volt and that sort of thing, and suddenly your timing's all messed up on the mechanical precocking. You're effectively getting 2 or 3 rotations for each and every one of the, you know, what it's expecting, and well, now your timing's out. Now you're doing triple shots and double shots and all kinds of weird things. So yeah, so it does, you know, make you wonder. Obviously, if we're trying to get the customers more speed, you know, 11 volt this, 11 volt that, and faster motors and all of those sort of things. Oh, getting like a callus on there. Fuck you, golf. Brutal. So yes, obviously mess up the timing and stuff, because obviously we're trying to make the gun go so fast. So does it then introduce the poor feeding, or basically the occasional single shot that misses, you know? And then obviously you've then got to decide on the trade-off, you know, between obviously the faster trigger response, which people love, you know, the faster rate of fire, obviously the bigger range, you know, versus obviously the occasional single shot misfeed. So which obviously we've yet to resolve. Or it's resolved on this gun, because what we've done here today is just pure perfection. So who knows? So I tend to recommend, you know, like I say, avoiding this front section and everything involved in that. It's a little bit more convoluted, getting that apart and getting the tappet plate springs back in place. Obviously, unless you've got an electrical issue, in which case, yeah, you've got to go in there, so have fun. Seen other things like broken cut-off levers, broken triggers, just, yeah. So we're just going to locate these screws first. And we can do a little trick with the Loctite to make sure that these don't come out. Okay, so we're not going to over tighten them, but we are going to just let that Loctite just go off and do that, which is difficult because obviously we do need to do a test before we get to you know, do a final build up. So we may I may leave that to dry for a bit while I go get some coffee and a dinner. I say dinner, my diet shake, they're fun, aren't they? Right, so we do have obviously this cover to go back on, the bracket. We've got the electrical set to go back on. Right, so this is a MOSFET, so obviously replacing it with another MOSFET is obviously pretty pointless unless that other MOSFET is going to add something to it. So so yes, obviously you know, we've got I don't know, gate MOSFETs or whatever in stock, you know, original you know, universal ones. The only reason I would obviously replace this MOSFET is if the customer is getting continuous battery red light issues, indicating some sort of an issue. But I would also argue that we have built guns that we've got to the final testing stage, part of our, you know, years of working this shit out, and it has repeatedly hit us with red lights, and it's obviously led us to develop obviously the current build processes that we're at, to 100% test and guarantee that obviously a gun you know, is not over shimmed and is also the most efficient as possible with obviously these brushless motors. You know, because of the big ass springs that we install to try and get extra FPS out of guns that only have about 240 out the box. So so yeah, I would just say that if a red light warning light is coming up, you know, sometimes it's not something to be ignored. Okay, so I don't know how else to describe it. You know, sometimes it's actually trying to tell you something. So get the amp tester on the gun and then find out obviously what it's pulling. You know, so so obviously if you're, I mean, it's got a 30 amp fuse on here. I don't know why we've got one on. They're generally about 20. So so obviously try and make sure that obviously the gun is pulling effectively as low as possible. And you'll get a reading from ours at the end of this. So you'll be able to use that as comparison. And even then, I would obviously compare it, you know, to 50 others. But yeah, it's yeah, if red light's on, it could be trying to tell you something, overheating or something to that effect. You know, it's pretty smart. So. I went cycling last night, and I was just thinking to myself, you know what, I feel pretty good. I think I can go today, and my neck is tight, and getting legs. I feel like a sort of, sort of post-marathon feeling. Maybe I might. It was like you woke up and I was like, oh, it's not affecting me at all. And just the further you go through the day, you're like, actually, that exercise has done something, hasn't it? Apologies if exercise is an offensive term for anyone listening. So we've obviously adjusted this wiring harness at some point here to basically have some different connectors on, and obviously we've got one black and we've got an angled red on that side there, just to obviously make it a bit more convenient. Probably would have recommended another angled one on the other side, but just basically if you get the angle ones on there, it does mean that you don't have to do modifications to the back plate in order to get it on. I mean, it doesn't matter about modding the back plate, but you know, it's just one less thing. We're always trying to get like the least amount of mods necessary to the guns, you know, and try and keep it within, you know, what TM is trying to offer. You know, if you're having to cut big holes and stuff, you're generally doing something wrong, in my opinion. So you want to try and keep what they're trying to offer, what TM's trying to do, but just try and refine it, you know. So try and improve where they've sort of fell short because they've made theirs for the Japanese market and not the international market. We just want things, you know, faster, quicker. You know, we still want to try and offer that, because that's at the end of the day, that's what people are buying. They're buying the TM gun, you know. They just would like it in air quotes better, you know. And TM would probably cringe us saying something like that. They already make the best gun. Well, you know, it's, you know, they've got to respect the fact that, you know, they are never going to do an international product line or a production line. It's just realistically never going to happen. I would prefer to have trademarks on products than obviously them do a legitimate international line and remove all trademarks. So unless they're going to guarantee, you know, their products, if you know what I mean, internationally with trades, you know, which is never going to happen. They're never going to get the rights for that. So yeah, instead I'd obviously much rather have you know, TM's guns with trades. So yeah. Right, so this is going to eeny, meeny, miny, mo. So one of these has got a cutout just there. I'm going to try and get these wires in that cutout. Not like that. Not like that. There you go. Don't know why, but one time I built one up and I managed to catch that. Get them caught together. That short circuit. It's obviously the gun was essentially firing all the time. So I was like, oh no, I broke the MOSFET. But no, it was just the trap wire, and since I pay attention to that, I don't know why it did it or how it happened, but yeah, sometimes you just got to build a gun again. about to run out of tape. Right, I'm going to go empty this memory card and go get some food and clean my hands. I hate it with all the Loctite stuff on it. Right, last home stretch. Let's get this all put back together, shall we? So I like to have that front support on there, but I'll just put these in so you can see it. T10. Just going to put the on the end just so I get that sort of weight onto it while we pop the red in. Again, don't want to over tighten these. You know, you've got to rely on the Loctite to keep it all in place. Okay, so we're going to want to pop the lower receiver on. Okay, so we're going to put this magazine catch on. We've got the magazine catch screws. Machine thread, so nice and easy for these ones to go in. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3 done. Get rid of that excess. Okay, so there's a bracket, support bracket. Basically just slots in place. Right, these ones at the front, not good to be confused with the other ones at the back. I mean, for the purpose of this video, I'm going to, right, in a second I'm going to test it, obviously, because there's no point reassembling the rest until we've obviously, at the very least, made sure that it fires, you know. We could have, I don't know, over tightened something, clamped down a piston or something, I don't know, so something. So, you know, so just assuming everything's working, then building the entire thing up to then just go back again. Let's not do that. So obviously we just double check that we've got everything in here that we need for it to actually operate. Obviously everything at the back here is just covers. Obviously we've just got the top upper receiver to go on. Again, another cover, and more cosmetics at the front here. Obviously we've got a fire selector, and we've got obviously plug and motors obviously attached. So yeah, we should have obviously enough to at the very least make sure that this turns over. I believe a fuse needs to go in. So let's just run that on 7.4. So we didn't check the actual hopper unit because obviously you know, there's been no at the moment diagnosed problem with that, you know. So but the customer's gun did stop firing mid you know, I'm assuming use. So I'm just going to pop this you know, cloth over the end of it, you know, just to make sure that obviously any BBs that come out go somewhere safe. Oh, it's always oh, it's alive, you know, when you first pull the trigger in it. So we're going to leave that there just in case another one. Okie dokie. So yeah, like I say, it's working from the, you know, the perspective of like no screechy noises, no, you know, oh no type sort of situations. So we're going to push this to obviously final testing. So normally, like I say, I would just leave as is, go and range test it, just in case there's obviously anything else. In fact, I might, no, I'm going to reassemble it so all the bits are intact and there, for the purpose of this video to help you guys out. But technically speaking, the quickest, most efficient thing right now is also just to box up all the remaining stuff, and then, like I said, we put the box separate, put this back onto the shelf, and then obviously we will test this at a distance this evening or on the weekend at our next opportunity, and then obviously prove that you know, it's working. You know, shooting straight. So obviously once we shoot it and test it shooting straight, we can then obviously get our FPS measurements, as obviously, you know, there's never a bad thing getting data, but you know, if we take an FPS reading now, unless it's absolutely miles off, you know, we really need to make sure that obviously the hop is set and shooting BBs, you know, the customer's weight at a decent sort of flat, decent distance, you know, so that we get obviously as close to what we call game day settings as realistically possible, you know. So so might as well just continue just popping these bits on then. So this rear cover, there is a notch in the top part to obviously indicate where this notch goes, so in theory you don't get the thing wrong. We're going to pay attention a little bit to this side, just because obviously we have some wiring. Okay, we're going to take this one and we're going to make sure the wiring's underneath it. And then we should be able to sort of like do sort of a squeeze motion, you know, making sure that obviously all the cables and stuff are neatly tucked underneath, and should be that done as a neat result there. So obviously we're just going to pop in these screws. So I'd really like to so we're going to put this back on. Sorry, we do stop start a lot in these. So make sure obviously the modifications are done at the back here if they do have you know, sort of quite sticky out connectors and wiring. Obviously the wiring is quite physically hard. Obviously we don't want any pressure on fuck's sake, on screws. So you'll soon realise obviously when you try to put that on if there's any sort of pressure against it, so which this one isn't. So 2 smaller screws in the 2 outside holes. Find that other one, I'll just put it on the floor. Oh, So we are going to pop on the upper receiver. I'm pretty sure I'll do something funky at the front here. Kind of like slide it in so that the front support, if you know what I mean, just goes on the inside so that it's not visible because it's tucked in there, and then obviously slide it to the back, and then you should just be able to press down like so, and that's on. Obviously we're also going to be putting on this again. Rail attachment part of the front, obviously a bit at the back. I'm going to work on the assumption that I'm hopefully not going to be going back in, so try to get some on that sort of flat surface. Try and prevent that one coming out, just try and avoid the threads if possible. That was a Torque T20. Okay, all these are the same size, and then obviously we've got the sling point, which we're going to have to remove the screw while we... This is ambidextrous, so it doesn't actually matter, if you know what I mean, so which side you're going to be popping this on. It's like a 2.5, let's try that. So don't over tighten these ones. Such a heavy gun this. Be nice to do like a lightweight gearbox conversion or something out of aluminium. It'll drop a lot of weight off it. Okay, and then obviously final bit would obviously have been to push that on and slide it backwards, but I'm going to leave that off until I'm absolutely sure this is all spot on. It just saves stressing that part out. Obviously I've got just to sort of gather up you know, bits and bobs. You know, I don't believe it's going back to the customer, but we're going to, like I say, same best practice procedure each and every time. These will be put in obviously a box, gathered, and then placed next to the actual gun. And then obviously if they need to go back, they can do. Obviously we're going to pop the some stuff to the side. I might have a little tidy up before the next gun, just to sort of, you know, starting to really sort of dial in which of the regular ones I'm going to be using. So I really need to get them, and some sort of bracket on the wall for some of them. I need a little shelf up there as well. Obviously sandpaper goes behind. That's rubbish. I'll get rid of that. More sandpaper. More phone notifications. Stickers. Which way is the Magpul logo? Stickers. Call this decorating. I should keep these for a gun case or something, shouldn't I? But yeah, look at that, stuck on a desk. What a waste. Right. Do need to go through these at some point. These shims. I've got a wire adapter that doesn't need to be there, it needs to be near the charger. I've got some batteries, we don't need those. That we need to store somewhere else. Files. Got these ages ago from I think it's Brownells, I think. So they're non-marking. They've also got the little locating pins for hitting roll pins. They fit perfectly inside a roll pin, and then don't nudge off. You know what I mean? Because they've got the little nipples on them. I've got a whole set of these somewhere. Cost a fortune. I've got these as well. So it's your non-marking pin punches, little rubber. Sorry, not rubber. Like it's a nylon. A bit bent there, but basically you knock them, and obviously it's because it's, you know, non-marking. Quite cool. That's rubbish. I need to get these into a pot and soak them. Sticker packet. Chuck that. Chuck this. Chuck this. Spare. That there. That there. Right, that's a tool, so that stays there. Torch can go there. Got this resin printed piston. It's freaking awesome. Quality on that. It's fantastic for 3D printing. Is that a resin? Still needs a bit of organising, doesn't it? You can go in there. Big orange. 2.0 goes in there. Flathead there. Battery. To go on charge. Rubbish. Towel. Wiring. Battery needs to come with me. Don't need that, that's spare. Wire cutters. Roll pin, need you. See, I like to get these like hanging up or something. This is an excellent tool. This was from SGR12 years ago. Non-marking, coating, and extremely strong. That's dead. Throw that away. More batteries. pin punch. It's from that gun power tool company. Also, they're great. I mean, obviously, other than the fact that the holder is extremely tight, these, like I say, spot on. The only thing I'd prefer is something like this, the non-marking coating. That would be really nice if it was on there. You know, just a bit more protection, you know, from obviously tapping out. But other than that, it's a fantastic product. So that'd be my only comment if I had to make a comment. 2.5 spare. We'll get rid of that then if that's excess. Pen, because we always know we need a pen. More. There, that goes up there. And right, okay, we're getting tidy. Righty, so brilliant. So we'll call it quits there. Apologies for making you watch through for all that cleaning. Make sure you like and subscribe. Make sure you check out our shop. You know, much appreciated if you do. We are obviously going to continue. So this vlog is obviously done now for this SGR12. Obviously, what we're going to do now is go range test it. We have to make sure that obviously then after we've range tested that the FPS is good. If the FPS isn't, or the range test is not good, or there's some other problem, then obviously this video will continue. So if not, then hopefully it now cuts to obviously range testing. You know, sorry, the stress testing on our range. Yeah, we fire a drum mag through it, and obviously if it survives, which obviously this has done many a time, you know, in theory it should obviously be problem free, but ultimately this one always seems to fail long term. Yeah, all pass our testing and then immediately fail. So it's but we'll give it a go on another drum mag full, and fingers crossed. But this one's now obviously going to go onto a shelf. It's going to rest for a bit, and then obviously we'll probably wait till the weekend to get a good test done when we have access, if you know what I mean. So to make sure, because it is a bit of a thing. This is obviously fires a lot of rounds, and we'll have to make sure that it takes a little while to dial in the hops if these are not already dialed in. So yeah, it's a bit of a thing firing this gun. It fires a lot of rounds, so it covers, like I call it, an area of effect gun. It just covers like a whole area with BBs. But yeah, cool. Thank you very much for watching, and apologies if I've bored you too much or too many rants. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed. Hope you learned something, and I'll catch you in the next video. Hello, Richard here from Eagle 6 Airsoft. We're going to be testing this SGR12. So this one's come back in with a problem. It was originally a new build from us, and it's had quite a few problems, but this particular one, we've inspected it to see what was wrong with it, and it was a broken bearing that was inside there, and that broken bearing has obviously taken out some other things like piston. We also found separately, we believe, the tappet plate spring is also broken. So we've replaced the tappet plate spring, the piston with an RA1, and the RetroArms bushings. We've done all that free of charge for you, and we've got the gun now ready for testing. And we've got some 0.3 BBs in here, only because I'm out of 3.2s. And yeah, so obviously after the work, which we've documented on video, because we've got a whole new video thing, or a video in the build, so that's so this video would obviously appear if you're watching the longer version straight after that. So yeah, so just now hopefully, like I say, someone watches it all through and obviously sees the whole build, and obviously now we're testing, and obviously we've range tested it, so we're happy with those results. Obviously it's still set from the customer settings, and like I say, it's going nice and far. Yeah, we saw it was working on single shots, it was working on full auto, so now we need to just run to the testing stage, demonstrating it on camera, and hopefully everything's all good. So yeah.
brutal test. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, in theory, you're not doing that in a game, if you know what I mean. Obviously, you're sort of doing the occasional shots and occasional bursts and stuff. There's an entire drum mag just rinsed on this gun. You got to remember, obviously, if a gun is doing an entire drum mag, which was, you know, the best part of what, how much are these in these 2,000 BBs, 2,500? You know, it's, I mean, you know, it's full before I started testing on these, you know what I mean? So, so theory, this gun shot 3,500 rounds, you know, obviously if you're doing that in multiple game sessions, you got to remember service intervals on guns are 50,000 rounds. So, so this gun, Mark 46, both guns that get to service intervals very, very quickly because of drum mags. So, but just something to bear in mind. And like I say, it seems to be working. Famous last words with this gun, but you know, you'll be able to watch the testing video, sorry, the build video. You know, we go over it with a fine tooth comb. You know, obviously if it keeps on getting to the point when, you know, these upgraded parts, you know, that we're fitting in here, or original parts just aren't able to keep up with it. Well, I don't know at that point, if you know what I mean. We can't make stronger things just like that, even though ironically we did, you know, make some stronger gears for this. You know, it's you know, maybe we'll then find the limit of this gun, you know, but I mean, upgrades is what they're for. We obviously fit the stronger, you know, upgraded piston, stronger gears, you know, stronger motor, you know, it should all be, you know, stronger. You know, famous last words, but cool. I mean, hopefully it's all good. It's ready to go back to you. If everything's all right, just give me the okay, and we can get this posted back. But yeah. And feel free to, like I say, watch the whole video. And so I don't think it was that long in the grand scheme of things. I've seen longer. But yeah, we hope you enjoy. We hope you enjoy the gun. I hope you enjoy the video of the build. And I think it's quite unique. There's not too many people filming, you know, the entire gun start to finish. You know, good and bad, sticking it all on there. Yeah, enjoy. Thank you. Just to add this on the end, if you know what I mean, because we did technically go over a lot of amp testing stuff on the video, and just in case anybody's interested, the amp testing results for this one is a 13.5 amp draw when shooting. So this gun has a spring that's huge, powering, you know, 3 pistons, you know, to operate 3 barrels. To try and generate 350 FPS, and it is pulling with the brushless motor less amp draw than the average AEGs. You know, so you know, it's just a really good result. Just thought it was worth pointing out, if you know what I mean. So obviously, if people are using these videos as training tools, if you know what I mean, and frame of reference, and you happen to have an AA12 and you happen to have an amp tester. You know, is yours getting 13.5 amps? If it's not, work to be done. All right, thank you.